All right. My only issue right now is how do I change the name? Oh, there you go. All right. So it worked, right? Okay. So now I know how to start live streams. I'm gonna open the sound on OBS. There you go. We're gonna start Charlie, my
Logan tears
man.
up on the podcast again. None of this has anything to do with the CoffeeZilla investigation or CryptoZoo. So it just seems like he's farming sympathy points for some reason. It's just not good at all. This is actually significantly worse than his 7-minute response video. Now, he does reinforce that he will be suing CoffeeZilla for defamation for his investigative series on CryptoZoo, which leads me to believe that Logan Paul is truly surrounded by absolute fucking troglodytes. There is nobody in Logan Paul's immediate circle that gives him good advice. A defamation case is extremely hard to win, in even the best of circumstances. But you have a shady crypto company that a ton of people lost a ton of money on, and you're suing a guy who investigated it for a year and provided nothing but an unbiased, objective looks at the facts. No matter how you want to spin it, it is objective as it gets. Logan Paul seems to believe that CoffeeZilla highlighted him as a malicious, evil supervillain, which are his words, not mine. But in the actual investigation videos, you can see CoffeeZilla multiple times mentions that he can't pin the blame on any one person, and in fact focuses more highly on the other two people, Jake the Crypto King and Eddie Ibanez, than Logan Paul. So, to win a defamation case, you not only have to prove that the information is incorrect, you have to prove that it was knowingly incorrect by the person who put it out there publicly. You have to prove there was malicious intent. You would have to somehow prove that CoffeeZilla knew all of this information was wrong, published it anyway for the sole purpose of hurting your image. And that's a very difficult thing to prove because you can make tons of arguments that CoffeeZilla, even if things are wrong, which so far Logan Paul's proven nothing wrong, aside from one of the victims in the testimonials being shady, aside from that he's proven nothing, he would then have such a solid defense regardless because he investigated and just provided like facts of information he gathered from Logan Paul's own team. So he would have a very strong case of, this isn't defamation, I was doing a public service by bringing all of this information to light. It's an unwinnable case for defamation, and I have to imagine Logan Paul knows that and just wants to bully CoffeeZilla legally and cost him a lot of money to hurt him, which is fucked up.
Speaking of CoffeeZilla, for the people that are not aware of like who is CoffeeZilla, basically he's a, let's call him a journalist that like check for crypto scams, pyramid scheme, a lot of subject related to fraud. And CoffeeZilla investigate Logan Paul, right? And basically what happened is he made a lot of parts of series that just blow up. And basically Logan Paul was like a little crybaby and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna sue you, not because what you did is wrong or you did any kind of defamation against me, just because I feel like it and I want to silence you, alright? And the reason why I say that is because this video is like, what? Yeah, 2 years ago? Not even a few weeks ago, there's chat message leaks from CoffeeZilla talking... No, not CoffeeZilla. Chat messages leaked from Logan Paul himself talking about why is he suing CoffeeZilla, and in his chat messages it was just, I want to make him suffer the most possible. I'm just like giving like a general what did he say, right? Which is not like, it's such a bad look, especially in court, because you have no business, because he has no business like actually defending him for defamation. He's just literally suing him because he's not, because he's a little crybaby. He's pissed that CoffeeZilla exposed him, pretty much.
That is malicious and supervillain-like, Logan. Of course, I'm no lawyer, but I am at least somewhat familiar with how defamation cases usually go, because when someone's feelings get hurt, they always try and sue for defamation for some reason. It's pretty cringe. Now, another thing that I want to mention before showing the podcast moments is Logan Paul is so delusional that he actually is using the defense of him hiring criminals makes him innocent. So in his response video, he's like, "You talked to my developer that stole the code for $1 million. Did you know that that developer is actually a convicted criminal?" And then showcases his criminal history, as if that makes Logan Paul look better or innocent. Logan, you hired 3 criminals to run this with you. That makes you look much, much worse and much more guilty. Oh, no, guys, it's not me that was bad. I hired 3 criminals. I brought together the Suicide Squad here to run this crypto company. It's them that were bad. It's not my fault. Why are you getting mad at me? I just hired the criminals. Obviously, you're responsible for the team you put together. You are liable for 2 of them stealing $7.7 million from the project here. That is your fault. I don't know why you keep falling back on, no, it's just that those criminals that did it, not me. Like, it's such a fucking stupid defense. I already did get kind of the spoilers that he really just repeats what he said in his video, which is nothing. Even in this hour and 20 long podcast, he doesn't actually debunk any of CoffeeZilla's claims.
Always trying to get attention, and now he doesn't give a fuck about us, so he's not going to speak out about it until this other dude's going to speak out, and now this is going to talk now.
Great question.
What was the question? He was just like spitting a fact. Now I know these are just like his lackeys, and his point is like this is all wrong, but it wasn't even a question. He's just like he's just like right. Like the only thing he failed to mention there is that it was a scam. But everything else, yeah, I mean, he's like right. It's not like you were gonna talk about CryptoZoo the next day or something. If CoffeeZilla never made the video telling the victim's story, this would have stayed just buried, fading into obscurity.
Here are some receipts. Again, just for context. His name's Steven. The first time he reached out to me was on Christmas Eve after he released his series.
Logan, big guy. Coffee already posted the receipts. He reached out to you directly on Instagram, which was your only means of communication, by the way, since you blocked him, over a year ago. When that was a dead end, he reached out to your manager multiple times asking to talk directly to you. Jeff left him on red. It wasn't until every other avenue was burned that he called your manager, Jeff. Those receipts were already posted, but you are right, he did reach out again on December 24th to your email, again, after exhausting everything else, again, because you have him blocked.
This is big for him. He caught a lot of traction. He gained like 500,000 subscribers, and I'm sure he got a decent amount of money from his Patreon. But I am not interested in feeding into that anymore, so we'll be answering the questions that hopefully he was going to ask me and that you're going to ask me today on this podcast.
But that's just so transparently weak. Your offer was for him to fly out to your studio to do it, so couldn't the same argument be made for you? Like, that's not a strong point that you for some reason harp on so heavily. His offer was to just do a general video call. In fact, CoffeeZilla doesn't even do those interviews, video calls on his main channel. He does it on a secondary platform. So it wouldn't even be milking views or anything out of it. It's literally just getting the truth.
Hey, Steven, just wanted to put my response to your scam allegations on your radar, link below. Even though you broke laws, hardly substantiated your evidence, fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods, and wrongfully accused me of scamming my fans, I'd still love to host you on Impulsive, again, unmonetized. It can even be one-on-
Hardly substantiated your evidence. I'm gonna give him leeway on the breaking laws because even I didn't realize Texas was a one-party consent law when it came to recording conversations on the phone. So he didn't break laws, so that's blatantly wrong, but I'm gonna give him leeway because I also didn't realize that that was legal in Texas. But this, fucking yikes, and fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods. What, talking to your team of criminals, like directly? What do you mean?
If someone scams a person or an organization, they deceive them in order to get something valuable for them, especially money. That is the definition of scam. So my first question, and this question was answered in his series, it was a 5-second blip that was a part of a probably hour-long documentary filmmaking was how much money did you make off the sale of the coin?
Oh no. This is so much worse than I would have expected. Just because Logan didn't make the money doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. You know who did make money in 7.7 million's worth? 2 of the other criminals he hired to run it with him, Mike. Yes, it is a scam, even though Logan didn't make the money off of it. Holy shit. I am going to assume this had to have been recorded a week ago or longer. There's no way he recorded this and released it today after his response video and the reception and all of the points made about it. I refuse to believe he is that blissfully ignorant of what's going on. This has to be old. This is wildly bad. This is just... So the setup he's doing here is Coffee refused to come on Impulsive, so instead I'm gonna have my sidekick here make up easy softball questions that we think CoffeeZilla may have asked if he was lobotomized. And then Logan tackles those easy ones. For instance, what is a scam? Well, by the definition of a scam, Logan, did you make money off of this? And I already know the answer. Well, no, Mike. In fact, CoffeeZilla even corroborated this. I never sold the coin. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, Logan.
Yeah, this seems to be the biggest misconception, and it is...
it's not a misconception. We know you didn't
it's
sell.
disappointing that that part was glossed over so quickly. Made no money off CryptoZoo.
Never
sold
claimed
the
you did.
token.
Said you
Jeff
didn't.
Never sold the token.
He said you didn't.
Only lost money trying to make things right,
Also said you did.
along with everyone else in the project. But
Except for Jake and the other criminal.
no money was made.
Eddie.
No tokens were sold.
Except by those two.
And CoffeeZilla even said that in his series.
Exactly.
So to answer your question, yeah. No money was made by Jeff or I.
And
Thus, everything CoffeeZilla said was accurate. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't mean it's not a scam, bro. Talk about the leaked group text about how this was supposed to just emulate another lucrative project to exploit your fans for money as quickly as possible off as minimal effort as possible. And then talk about all the meeting memos about market manipulation and what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day for the percentage increase, or for the percentage effect on the overall tokenomics. Get into the market manipulation stuff from the actual group chats, man. That's what I'd like to hear.
that seemed just like a kill shot to this entire thing.
Yeah, maybe. If your brain is very smooth, I suppose. Well, everyone may have lost money, and the entire goal may have been to just exploit us for money, but Logan didn't sell. So I guess we weren't scammed. I can see how your mind worked in that way, Mike.
I'm fucking frustrated. I've been frustrated for over a year. So I'll let
So
you keep
frustrated
going
he doesn't
and
do anything
again,
about it.
While he made no money on the project, which I think kills the scam narrative immediately, there is more explaining to do.
What was your
Jesus.
intent with CryptoZoo?
Post actively on Reddit hybrid animals, and the hybrid animals thread on Reddit is hilarious and has a bunch of likes and people commenting on it. But the moment that I say it's something that I'm doing, it doesn't work in that context.
I think it was shined in a bad light. I think if it didn't have the negative outline on it, people wouldn't.
No.
The fuck are you talking about? It was stock images. It has nothing. Even if the art was bad, if it was clear it was actually custom art by real artists, then the critique would just be, yeah, the critique is, the handmade art claim is wrong. As in, you're using stock images. What is he talking about? His claims were literally handmade art, and he talked about how many artists he had on the team. But it was revealed that it was mainly stock photos. Now, the hybridization of the art with a panda with a long elephant nose, maybe you had someone drum that up in 5 minutes in Photoshop, I guess? But, like, even that's a stretch. Discussion he has that's insightful at all. I know that he says that CoffeeZilla is milking victims of his scam, which is a wild thing to say. Just get over it, you lost money, stop milking it. That is what. Where is that actually? I'll pull that up in case any of you haven't seen that. Where in this podcast is it?
Is at each other.
When all this broke, when we were in Qatar, I kind of remember this. We were in the spa one day, and I saw the pain in your. And this, like I said, this is not going to turn into a fucking victim thing. I just want to point this out. I saw this pain in your face, bro, and this like emptiness in your fucking eyes when all this was breaking.
So that wasn't the milking it part, but that was embarrassing. Jesus Christ, Mike. Logan, when we were in Qatar, in that spa, surrounded by topless women, drinking expensive champagne, I looked over, you checked your phone, CoffeeZilla made a video with your name in it. You knew it was about CryptoZoo, and I saw, through the windows of your soul, I saw your heart broke, Logan. So I did what any good friend would do. I put your whole sack into my mouth, and I didn't want to, Logan. Trust me, I didn't want to. But I put it in my mouth where it was nice and warm, and I knew I could comfort you in this time of need. And I'm not trying to make it seem like the victim, but you ruined our entire vacation, CoffeeZilla. All of it. Ruined it.
Is one of the most painful fucking things in the entire world. It's
Where
terrible.
Where Coffee fucked up is by targeting me as some malicious, evil supervillain. If he had told this story objectively...
Did you watch the video? I have to wonder. I actually thought he did a really great job of talking about the other ones as being the really malicious, evil supervillains and you being the bumbling buffoon. You played the comic relief of the scam, Logan. I have to wonder if he even watched it. Coffee focused very heavily on Crypto King and Eddie. You were just the dummy. Like the actual fucking dummy. There you said harmonica and jelly.
And told the story.
It was as objective as it could be.
Vilifying me. Regardless, we're still making this right. But in my opinion, that's where it got twisted and hurt the most. Dude. I'm sitting in the seat solely because of my fans. I love them. I'll take any picture you want. Unless I'm at dinner, so I'm one rule. Come on these.
You love your fans so much, give them their money back. Easy. Your fans mean so much to you. Wow, you do so much, you take a picture when they ask, holy fuck, what a saint. Give them their money back. Prove it. Give them their money back. But, like, let's say it is 5 or 6 mil. Logan Paul, with Prime alone, makes that in like a week. People are fighting each other in the UK for Prime. He could absolutely afford just to give that back. Be like, you know what, guys? I really do, like, care about you. I'm not just, this isn't just lip service. This wasn't supposed to be a scam. Things got out of control. You lost money. Real people were hurt. And I can't live with that anymore. I'm giving you your investments back. And since it's on the blockchain, you have the ledger. You can easily see who invested what so you don't get scammed by people pretending to be investors. And you could easily just give them it back and make it whole. But he won't. He could afford to, though. 100% he could afford to. No, but Charlie, he takes pictures with his fans. That's a good point. A picture is worth more than the millions of dollars that they've lost. Hey, babe. I know I lost money with Dink Doink from Logan Paul last time. Well, I did it again with CryptoZoo, but I got this dope-ass picture with him. Like, look at how happy we look together. What do you mean you're leaving?
Not kidding. The guy's good. He's
very smart.
Very smart. He manipulates and twists the truth just the way he wants to get his people to believe a certain thing. He's good.
I think
it's marketing in a way, hiding behind the veil of, I don't make money off this platform. I'm doing God's work. I'm doing justice. By the way, go sign up to my Patreon. Go join my Patreon. We're gonna.
Which fucking goober laughed at that? Like, this is a bad point anyway. He should be making money from his work. Not to quote the Joker, because that's turbo cringe, but if you're good at something, don't do it for free. Like, he's the best goddamn investigator the platform has. He should be making money from it. I don't see how that's a critique. What's the criticism there? Ah, he did these investigations and he makes money. He can't be trusted.
And that's where this also gets tricky, because I'm not sure what he's fabricating or if people are genuine about what they're saying, because he doesn't verify backgrounds or so he's probably.
Do you not believe there's victims?
put people who have lost here on a pillar and highlight them. That's what I would do if I were him. I'd milk the shit out of this, and like I said, he's probably going to. He's good.
We're making cows. We're making flour. We're making everything.
6 is the more he says, and the more he continues to spread this misinformation that this was any sort of con or scam, the more I have for the lawsuit that I am filing. The defamation.
I do. The disconnect in his brain is wild because he puts it on this lens like the guy, CoffeeZilla, is just someone that doesn't like him, as opposed to a guy who investigated this fully. So he truly believes that everyone that he showcases and every story he tells has to be by a paid actor, and can't comprehend that real people lost a lot of money from his project. Or maybe he can and he pretends to be stupid.
We're gonna make flour, guys.
But yeah,
But we're gonna need more
he just talks about
farms.
the
So
people
maybe
losing money as being milked, or them
farms
milking
first.
it. Yo, you got scammed. Get over it. I think I really do think Stan's had the best take on it. Like, if he was Logan Paul's guy, he would have advised to just ignore it. And he's absolutely right. I thought the right play would just be make everyone whole again, refund them. I think that's the morally correct thing to do. But if Logan just wanted the easiest way and just to get out of this as quickly as possible, if he never said anything, he would have been fine, actually. But now he's posted this on both of his main platforms, Logan Paul channel and now Impulsive. All of his audience is now aware of this. Now they've probably watched CoffeeZilla's video, and with all of that evidence, they're gonna look at Logan Paul and be like, fuck, this guy hasn't proven his innocence at all. He hasn't even mentioned any of the claims. So he really fucked himself. If he had just ignored it, his audience would have never known, never cared, and he would have been in the same situation. He would have been fine.
Oh shit!
His fans are definitely not watching CoffeeZilla.
Fuck!
I disagree. So
I put
actually,
berries
this is
like a
posted it 2 times and go, "What are you
dumbass."
talking about? What are these scam allegations? I bet it's a bunch
Wait,
of
what?
baloney, a bunch of fucking barnacles. Logan would never do that. Let me see what this is. And they'll watch it for even a second, like hate watch it.
Wait, what the
But then
fuck?
Coffee immediately starts making points, and they're like, interesting. His audience now? I don't know, maybe I'm now skewed on what I think his audience is after the CoffeeZilla videos, because everyone that he interviewed that got scammed for a lot of money was not a kid. They were young adults. So now maybe I'm under the false idea that his audience is older than they are. I always thought he had like a Disney Channel audience, but after the CoffeeZilla investigation, I became convinced they were older. Plus he's in the WWE now, which is mainly older
Bakery?
audience.
Oh damn, okay.
So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong fully. What I wanted is for him to actually tackle the evidence. I would really like to hear from his side, if there is one. Right now, I'm starting to genuinely doubt he has any legs to stand on there on this situation. But, who knows? You didn't see him push Prime at the end.
You look like a
Yeah, Prime needed an extra push. It's only on his goddamn phone case, on the table, them drinking it constantly, them fiddling with it constantly. Yeah, it needed that extra push. Yeah, surely I needed to see that.
Okay, I just figured it out. So basically, you can choose greenhouse for both of them. So that's why I was so confused.
Oh yeah, you know what time it is. It's time to roll on out of bed, get a good stretch, get some cereal in your system, sit down and see the latest in the Logan Paul CryptoZoo scam situation. I don't think there's any need for a Dragon Ball Z recap of what's happened up till this point. I think we all know, but I'll give you the briefest rundown. YouTuber CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul for a massive crypto scam he was running, telling
Guy
the
need more
story of many
people.
victims who lost tons and tons of money on it. A lot of information came out about exactly how horrible this situation was. Logan Paul hiring literal criminals to run it with him, who stole $7.7 million. And after CoffeeZilla released this series of investigative videos, Logan Paul responded with threats against CoffeeZilla, talking about taking him to court. He then made a podcast episode doubling down on everything he was saying. He never defended himself. He didn't attack any of the claims. He didn't provide any evidence to prove that he's innocent. He just kind of kicked in the door, walked up like the Undertaker. He's like, CoffeeZilla, he's a sham. He's a little man. And just like a little man does, he does little man things. And I'm a big boy, I'm Logan Paul. So fuck that guy. And and that's it. Like, that's his whole thing. He just kept attacking CoffeeZilla's character without ever even addressing the evidence that he provided. So obviously the first 2 responses didn't go over well with anyone at all. Not a single soul on this planet. So after that happened, he released a third apology video where the attitude was very different. He was singing a completely different tune. He backpedaled on everything he said about CoffeeZilla, even thanked him for the investigation, said he's dropping the lawsuit, which is probably the smartest thing he's ever decided to do because his face would have been used as toilet paper to wipe everyone's ass in court if he actually went through with that defamation case idea. But anyway, after the apology video was posted by Logan, CoffeeZilla responded to it last night, going over some of the things that he talked about that are good, that are actually helping some victims that were affected by the scam, but also some things that really fell flat. So I think it's a very interesting breakdown, and I think it's a very fitting conclusion, and I still hope that more is done to help the victims of his massive scam, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. The gift that just keeps on giving. So this is the follow-up to everything. Logan Paul made his big statement talking about like that $1.3 million. Well, you know what? I'm sure CoffeeZilla will cover all of it here.
Well, it's finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
CoffeeZilla, you're slimy.
And we all forgave him.
A lopsided journalist with an
Turns out it's actually on his secondary channel. That's why I couldn't find it. It's entitled Thank You CoffeeZilla. It's the third response from Logan Paul.
I love this intro. CoffeeZilla's coming out here with the fangs out. He's got his claws drawn. Yeah, I mean, third time's the charm though for Logan. He really nailed it on this one. He's a saint again, back in our good graces. I bought 5 bottles of Prime just to celebrate. He's a new man.
CoffeeZilla is not a criminal.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought Logan was gonna hire me. But in all seriousness, this video does have some major admissions in it I want to go through. For
Banger.
one, Logan
Actual banger.
apologizes to me.
I called him, I apologized. My initial response to his series was that of fire and ego.
Not only that, Logan also pledges a $1.3 million refund plan for people who bought his NFTs. In addition to that, he also promises to finish CryptoZoo, which was left abandoned.
Wait, there's no fire
You should just hire
department.
that YouTuber that did it in 4 hours. Call it a day, just... I paid this YouTuber an exposure to finish my crypto scam for me so I can continue to make more money off of this.
For example, I think if you're an outsider who is not affected by this scam and you
Yep.
wanted a reason to
That's what I
love
said.
Logan Paul again, I think this nails it. I mean,
That was one of the main things I said when he posted that. If you weren't affected by the scam, you don't know anyone that was affected by the scam, him posting this makes it very easy for you to be a fan again, kind of guilt-free. Like, oh, okay, so some people got scammed, but look at how well he handled himself in this third apology video. So we can just move on past this. I'm not offended anymore, so I don't care if you guys are. I've forgiven him for you guys, so we're good.
flat, because he doesn't adequately address the real victims of CryptoZoo, which
I need to
think
make
they're
flour.
rightfully angry about. And I want
If
to
I
spend
start
some
making
time
flour,
talking
I'm
about
gonna
that
make a
because, again, they've
shitload
been
of
the heartbeat
cash.
of this whole story, and they feel very differently about this response than Logan's core audience does.
Yep,
They don't feel
that
like
sounds
nothing.
about right.
And I want to talk about why. Starting with the $1.3 million repayment plan. It doesn't even apply to the holder of Zoo coins at all. You get nothing if you bought this in-game currency. This refund only applies to current egg holders. So they
wait,
can
what?
cash out that NFT for the initial mint price in crypto,
Oh.
which
Holy motherfucker!
a lot. So even though people
Just to slide on in between your butt cheeks here, I'd like to further clarify on the repayment plan. It is good that there is something that victims can tap into to get some money back, but it's not all of it. It's not every victim, and it's actually only in specific cases for people that were affected by this. So with this $1.3 million repayment plan, it covers some losses for some people, but
Oh, that's
not all of
bad.
it. And since crypto has crashed, the value of all of it's very different now, so people aren't going to be made whole, but at least it's something going back to some of the victims, which rarely happens in cases like this where a giant scam comes crumbling down. 9 times out of 10 it just results in the scammer being like, you entered the poop zone, you should have expected to get a little shitty. You know, and they just move on and just never talk about it again. So at least there is something coming back, but of course, it's not all of it.
Please.
coins were most of this scam. I mean, that's where most of the money was spent. It wasn't just on the NFTs. It was on this in-game currency, which Logan seems to have no intention of refunding. And his response for why is pretty bad. He responds to somebody who lost $80,000 who told him, I hope this isn't just doing what you have to do technically to not get sued.
Oh, goodness gracious.
All right.
Jinkies, 80K in zoo shitties. Oh, Ruben, that is painful.
Good.
Oh, goodness.
Logan replies with a screenshot of his white paper and later explains to
Wait, hold on. Let me read that. Replying with just a picture from your terms of service or whatever is always just such a douchey thing. Because Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle, the contract doesn't include incentives for liquidity providing, although the largest... and then cuts off. Okay, so it's just, eat shit, loser. Should have read.
paper and later explains to another member of the Discord, I believe there has been a misconception here. As outlined in the white paper, Zoo was created to support CryptoZoo and was not intended to be an investment vehicle. When you sold or bought is not my decision. And look, to be fair to him, there was a misconception that Zoo was an investment vehicle, but it's a misconception that he created.
And he's also not wrong. You shouldn't have bought in the first place. Like, I don't know what drew you to it to begin with. You must really love a picture of eggs and a picture of some animals. Like, he is not wrong. He wasn't the one that forced you to buy in and wait.
Okay, they need power right now. Produce! Maximum output, motherfuckers. Oh yeah, that's fucking bad. How much is this? 6,000? Fuck! That's so dumb, dude. Whatever. We gotta build way more electric panels. I need another 7,000. That's so frustrating, dude. Oh god. I've prioritized the industry so hard. I didn't thought about the electricity. Only 3,000. Guys, don't worry. I got you. Just pay more taxes, Lamau. Oh, wait. I got the electricity. Power! There you go. Good. Not operating. They need more crops, I assume. Yep. Okay. Well, well, well. What do I need for like a bigger crop industry? Like a shitload of crops. Level 5, level 3. Okay, but first and foremost, we're gonna make flour. Flour mill, 15,000. Okay, we're gonna grind for that. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's gonna take a time, but honestly, it's worth. Oh yeah, the fire department. I kind of forgot about that. Okay. Oh, that's. Yes, we need that. Mr. Ordinary Gamer.
Fiction news. Dun, 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 dun. It's a long road, baby. You know that I love GTA 6. I love me that Grand Theft Auto. I made plenty of videos on it, and you know what? To be honest, I'm excited, dude. I had a great birthday yesterday. Hopefully today things will be good. GTA 6 is now coming May 26th, 2026. You know, I love this game called Deus Ex. You know, Human Revolution. You know, that game takes place in 2027. When I was a kid, I was like, ooh, it's going to be so far into the future. People are going to be augmented and everything. No, they're not. But we might get
he's
the
insane, I'm
GTA
not gonna
2C
lie.
released by then. Because, you know, it's always delayed. No, you know what? I could be mad. But I always like to look at things with positivity, okay? I take my 2 fingers.
No, it's good. It's good.
Okay.
No, honestly, it's good. If they need time, they need time. I know you're hyped, but they need time. They need their time to develop the game. It's fine. Honestly, I'd rather have a game that takes 10 years to develop and it's like one of the best game of the fucking century. I mean, probably not, but hey.
You can see I'm going a little mentally insane. But, at least we got a release date. May 26th, 2026. Over a year out. You know, I made a video not too long ago saying, you know, but where's Rockstar? Why are they so quiet? Why haven't we gotten, like, trailer 2? Why haven't we gotten, like, at least a screenshot? I think today is a great explanation of why. So let's read exactly what's happened, okay? Hi, everyone. GTA 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. We're very sorry that this is later than you expected. At least I know the date. The interest and excitement surrounding a new GTA has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and your patience as we work to finish the game. With every game we've ever released, the goal has always been to try and exceed your expectations. And Grand Theft Auto 6 is no exception. We hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. You know? I can't even be mad at that. Good job. You know, I'm okay with the video game delay. I'm actually not even coping about this. You know, we've gotten so much bad news with video games lately. Nintendo Switch has basically been trying to kill physical media with their stupid game card bullshit. Xbox, for anybody that hasn't noticed how bad Xbox has gotten, you know what I talked about, like, Sony prices going up, right? Like, Sony PlayStations are costly. Well, apparently Xboxes are to a point where the Xbox Series S, the weakest of the current generation Xbox lineup, went from $349, let's just look at the terabyte, right? 349 buckaroonies, all the way to $429.99. I mean, I would probably say there's literally no reason to own an Xbox, and you should just go out and buy a PC with
for sure.
a cheaper version of PC.
For
Game Pass
sure,
and just
for
play that.
sure, 100%.
This is a great. I might as well, like, if I could ever recommend console gaming, probably would never. I'd just say, just go play entirely on a PC. Oh, you got that new Xbox Series X, $499.99. Well, that's now $599. You know, I remember distinctly back in the day, like, you know, when you go into like 4 years into a gaming generation, you know, you PS2 drops, PS2 Slim comes out, the prices go down. Now it's kind of like you just wait before the next wave of inflation comes in and butt fucks prices. I mean, there's nothing really to say. Xboxes, which already Don Matrick has destroyed the platform. Okay, Microsoft is still trying to claw back that hardware somehow. At this point, you might as well just get rid of the Xboxes, okay? Like, if anybody had no reason to buy one before these price increases, I don't think they care now. But, you might be like, why do I not think that GTA 6 information is bad news? Well, because I think delays are honestly inevitable. When Rockstar wasn't releasing any information on this game, like, at all, to the point where the community is, like, literally looking at moon charts and, like, I mean, I'm not joking with you. Months ago, we were looking at moon phases and trying to correlate them to dates on a map. When the community has literally sat down and from one trailer, still to this day, actually mapping out Leonida, the state in GTA 6, to this extent, waiting desperately for trailer 2. Yeah, we're all a little crazy. But honestly, it's times like this where I just watch like trailer 1 to GTA 6 and I look at the actual real. It's not a cinematic. Well, it is a cinematic, but it's a real-time gameplay graphic capture, right? That's probably done on, PC hardware resembling what they intend for the PS5, current generation systems, and Xbox Series X or S, and whatever, both those systems. And, it's really jaw-droppingly amazing when you see the amount of NPCs, when you see the amount of visual, effects on display. When you look at what Rockstar is wanting to do, it honestly makes me wonder if it's even
that's
achievable
nice.
at 30 frames
We're gonna make
I'm not
flour,
expecting
but
GTA
I'm
6
probably
to
gonna
drop
get
like
this
60
afterwards.
frames per second day one. I really do expect Rockstar Games to be pushing the absolute shit out of both these systems for this specific game. And you know what? GTA 6 is now, with this new release date, 13 years out from GTA 5. I mean, if I'm going to sit here and complain, I just want to remind myself that compared to the Elder Scrolls community, we still have an actual release date finally, May 26, 2026, and I still think this is going to get delayed sometime down later into the summer of that year. Just because, if you look at the history of Rockstar Games, delays are pretty inevitable, right? Like, this is not the first time. When Rockstar was releasing GTA 3, a massive event known as 9/11 occurred, and they delayed that game by 3 weeks because it took place in a fictionalized New York, and some of the beta screenshots had the vehicles and characters resembling a little too close to the boys in blue in the NYPD. Vice City, San Andreas, both games also delayed by 1 week. And if you look at GTA 4, for instance, that also got delayed by...
So this will make a shitload of money because flour is a transform resource that will be bought by importers from people from other countries. This is gonna be really good.
By 6 months because of special technical challenges because of the PlayStation 3, specifically from what I understand. And obviously when you look at the trailer to GTA 4, going from San Andreas all the way to this amazing HD realization of Liberty City, I mean, it looked as close to New York as we could achieve at the time back on the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3. I wasn't really shocked that we would get a delay. Honestly, the fact that they delayed the game and released what appeared to be one of the best stories in video games at the time, one of the best technical masterpieces.
I like it when it looks like wheat.
Yeah, honestly, a delay is pretty accepted. I'm not going to bring up the, Miyamoto quote. I'm just going to say it for the record. Delays are something that, honestly, for projects like this, I think companies should embrace and probably do.
What does it need?
Especially when you,
Crops?
as a gamer.
That's what I did.
As people who release video games, like gaming companies, they really only have a chance to make one real impression. Nobody wants their situation to look like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk 2077, which we'll get into a little bit later, where, you release a dog shit product on release, and even to this day, people are litigating.
So normally, if I check the income from industries, 800. Only 800? I'm gonna safely reduce taxes.
Efforts with what you initially dropped. You only really
Okay, there we go.
one real actual chance.
When this
at
shit's gonna
not-
kick
if
in.
you fumble it, it could kill. It could actually really damage a franchise, even as large as Grand Theft Auto. I mean, when you look at a game like Max Payne 3, originally coming out in 2009, and delayed so much that even I thought it wasn't going to get released, came out in 2012. I mean, that is a pretty big delay. I mean, that delay basically means that I'm starting high school, and then I'm finishing high school. Like, that much of a delay. And obviously, even GTA 5, through its numerous re-releases, has also been subject to delays. Even Red Dead Redemption 2 was delayed literally twice. So if you're somebody who's jumping into the world of Rockstar Games, if you're ever in their wagons, delays are pretty much an inevitable fact of life. When you look at Cyberpunk 2077's teaser trailer, and yes, it is genuinely 12 years ago, we are actually old as people. They showcased, not gameplay at the time, unlike Rockstar, they showcased CGI footage of what Cyberpunk was supposed to be. And obviously, the interesting part about this trailer was when they were like, what's the release date for it? Obviously, the answer to that was when it's ready. And this would really bite them on the ass, because closer to 2018 and onwards, they would actually showcase the gameplay footage. And more importantly, if you actually look very carefully, one of the biggest pieces of like bullshit advertising was back 4 years ago. And I talked about this when it happened. But when you look at footage like this, Cyberpunk 2077, they deliberately had not shown the game running on the original base PlayStation 4 consoles, which at the time, even the actual administration of CD Projekt Red was like, they were surprised it was even running. So they were kind of already facetious about this release material, but the actual footage that you're seeing here seems like it's pretty good, right? Like,
we're not
obviously
ready.
It's not the PC version, but it should satiate people. And of course, when the game actually released, obviously we all laughed at it, okay? It was a broken game on release, and there is no amount of, gaslighting anybody can do to remind us that this wasn't exactly a lie given by CD Projekt Red. Now, if you play Cyberpunk 2077, especially with the DLC Phantom Liberty right now, in 2025, I'd say even in 2024,
2000? Jesus fucking Christ.
Probably one of the best games. If I could go back in time, I would delay the actual release of Cyberpunk 2077 if I could, and have it released all the way with Phantom Liberty packaged into the game with all of the expansion packs out there. Because had Cyberpunk 2077 released like that, I don't think we would have the amount of hatred that still exists for this game. And obviously it's hatred that, in my opinion, is very warranted, but
We accidentally put an influencer in jail, and today I want to tell you the story of how it happened. 24 hours ago, I listened on a call as the popular Instagram influencer Jay Mazzini pled guilty to many of the crimes I accused him of 2 years ago. And finally today I can say it's no longer alleged. He said he did it. And now he faces serious prison time for his scams. Now, not only that, he also has to pay millions of dollars in damages. And this is such an incredible win for this channel, for what this channel represents, fighting for victims, holding scammers accountable, that I just kind of wanted to take a second to celebrate it. Because now, if you're an influencer, in the past, you were able to just say, oh, I've got featured on CoffeeZilla, nothing's gonna happen. But now you have to wonder. You have to wonder, what am I gonna be doing in 2 years? What are my plans? Because, look, probably nothing is gonna happen to you, but there's that 1% chance now that maybe something will. And that's the point. Now,
dude, it reduced. What the fuck?
In the hearts of these scammers. Influencers are going to be launching new NFTs, wondering, is CoffeeZilla coming for me? And the answer to that question is yes. Of course I am. Now, I do want to obviously say, I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways. I cannot take credit for all of this, or even most of this. Without your support, none of this would have been possible. Without the victims who came forward on this channel, none of this would have been possible. And without law enforcement who put in 2 years of like actual legal work to make this happen, none of this would have been possible. So I'm not trying to say I cuffed the guy or say anything like that, but this channel played a small role in bringing this guy to justice, and I am incredibly proud of that. Because as I said in the title, this was absolutely not the plan. It's a total accident. You guys know, I mean, I run a YouTube channel. Most of the time we cover scammers. Nothing happens. It's a meme on this channel. Like, hey, we covered this guy. We have hard evidence that he scammed people, and nothing happens. So I fully expected when I covered Jay Mazzini that it would be more of the same. He'd get away with it.
Damn, I just... Whoa. I just spent all my money. How do I have 3,000 already?
The way all this unfolded was so bizarre.
Holy motherfucker!
My wife
Ooh, guys, that's a lot of money! Woo!
CoffeeZilla, and we're with so-and-so, some 3-letter government organization.
That's crazy.
And my wife literally hung up on them. She thought it was a scam, you know? I guess I've taught her well. She's like, no shot. You would have had his real number. And she comes to my office. She's like, hey, there's this new scam going around. These guys are pretending to be like, you know, this real government organization. And they say they wanted to talk to you, whatever, obvious scam. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, is it though? Like, let's... So we looked up the guy's name, and he was very real. So I called him back. That's what I'm saying. This very much almost never happened. I mean, this could have very much accidental. So I call him back, and I'm like, sorry about that. And so then I talked to them for a bit, and a month later, you know, I'm watching this guy plead guilty to a lot of the very things.
3,000, dude.
Sorry.
Okay, that's
2 years later, we see
We're making business, guys. We're actually making money.
And
Holy
he admitted to
shit.
wire fraud conspiracy, and money laundering, which I think as I said, the recommended sentence is 8 to 10 years, which is just insane. And I think just sets such a good precedence for people who think they can scam online and get away with it. They think that just because you're an influencer, the rules don't apply to you. And clearly that's not true. So yeah, I just wanted to tell this story. I don't think I've ever shared that part of it before because, things were still getting worked out. And
I need
it's
way more
just wild
workers.
that a little channel like this could have done much of anything or made a difference.
Is it because I don't have
yeah,
enough
I'm really
houses?
proud of you
I will
guys.
not be surprised,
I'm proud
honestly.
of what we did, and I just wanted to kind of celebrate. It's a really big deal. I'm proud of it, and thank you guys for sharing this journey with me. If you haven't seen it, it's wild. It's been a wild ride. Thanks a lot. I'll see you.
Breed! Make houses! Breed!
Guys,
Breed!
this is the real voice of Elizabeth Holmes, who had been faking a deep baritone while fooling Silicon Valley to the tune of $10
Yeah, so
billion,
there's
which we're talking about today. Check it out.
32 on 45, 12 on 12. Yeah, we need way more houses.
Baby.
No, it hasn't.
Listen
Well,
again.
if I use traditional words.
No, it hasn't. Well, if I choose it. Guys, that's the level of sociopath we're dealing with in Silicon Valley, and she's not the only one, but we're going to learn from her today. We're going to take some big old lessons in a new series I'm calling Silicon Valley Scammers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $10 Million Studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla, and today, of course, we're taking a look at Elizabeth Holmes. You know her, you probably have heard of her. She's one of the most famous examples of how, hey, us normal people, not in Silicon Valley, we're not the only dum-dums. Listen, there's dumb money everywhere. It's a fact of life, right? It's not just,
Okay, they're gonna need a
people
new
in
trash.
lower economic circumstances. There's dumb money everywhere. And it comes from different places. Some, a lot of people we talk
There you go.
about, the fake gurus, they're preying on desperate dumb money.
That's
but
fine.
there's also a type of dumb money which is different. It's where you have like affluent people in Silicon Valley,
motherfucker.
and it's I call it greedy dumb money, right? You can get
Oh,
dumb in a
shit,
lot
they
of
need
ways, but
water
those are two
also.
primary. You have desperate dumb money and greedy dumb money. I feel a little less bad for this one, but it's still funny and worth checking out. But it's important to say, listen, there's a lot of smart investors in Silicon Valley, but the problem is, y'all are a little cocky in Silicon Valley, and sometimes you think, hey, we're just gonna apply, revolutionize the industry to every industry. They think, they got a little cocky because they got us with the computer, right? They got us with Airbnb. Admittingly, you've had a few successes. So you're getting cocky over there, and then you're like, hey, what? I don't know, what do I have on my desk? The Thin Mint, right? Like AI Thin Mints. How do we revolutionize the mug? Everything has to be revolutionized. So, this was taken to blood testing, right? And there was a young woman named Elizabeth Holmes who took the Silicon Valley world by storm when she came out and she said, hey, I've got the new solution. I'm the next Steve Jobs. And you can even see it in the way she dresses. Listen, a lot of these people, they worship, they have altars to Steve Jobs in their home, and they all dress like him. But that's not the point of this video. The point is, Elizabeth Holmes comes on scene. She's a 19-year-old dropout from Stanford, chemical engineering, I think, which is, can't trust a chemical engineer as far as you can throw them. Trust me, guys. Okay, and so she comes on, and you know what she did right? Because, this video is more about the psychology of how people got scammed. She played into all the prejudices of Silicon Valley, like the crazy backstory of a dropout who's going to revolutionize the world with her little tech idea or his tech idea. That's a total Silicon Valley thing that they just fawn over, right? And then the TED Talk, or the wannabe TED Talk, this is TED Med. Silicon Valley, just you show a TED Talk, they write an empty check. They're like, how much do you want? We'll give you whatever you want. And then the cadence, I love this stuff. Look at this. Look at the way she talks.
I believe the individual is the answer.
Dude, pregnant pauses every sentence. There's like 12 commas in between every phrase she has. I believe, the individual, is the answer. And it's not like that all the way through.
To the challenges of healthcare. But we can't engage the individual in changing it.
What is this cadence of speech? Silicon Valley, you've gone too far. You gave this woman a $12 billion or $10 billion valuation? How? And it's not like they've learned their lesson. Look, you look at Nikola right now, dude. You know they at one point were worth more than Ford and they never sold a single car? I mean, like, nothing's changed. It's not like, oh, we found out, oh, she's a fraud. Oh, so we don't invest in frauds anymore. Dude, Silicon Valley, so much dumb money going around over there. And it's all because you guys keep falling for con people who, you know, they have vision, right? they're like envisioning the future. The problem is it doesn't exist. Like they go to their engineers and they're like, hey, can we make, I had this great idea. Like, you know, it's like something you'd think about when you're stoned. I had this great idea. Like, let's just take a tiny pinprick of blood and do 12,000 tests on it. The engineer goes, yeah, we can't do that. And they think to themselves, I'm Steve Jobs, so I'll just throw them in a room and just like let them figure it out. No. You won't. And you'll be caught being a fraud years later. I mean, I really think that this con started with the same way a lot of real Silicon Valley things start, which is like an idea, and then you kind of fake it till you make it. But in this case, what she was talking about wasn't currently possible with any technology. So it just was faking it until you're faking it, and that's called fraud. Taking on investors when you're faking your technology is called fraud. But make no mistake, this happens a lot in Silicon Valley.
Have access to the information they need to do so.
You could make a whole speech in the pauses of her speech. There's so much space in here. What she does have going for her too is she's got that long vision. I mean, isn't this a great idea? Healthcare, where you don't have big pinpricks and like 12 vials of blood drawn. Yeah, it's a great idea. Doesn't work. All the blood scientists, apparently, I was reading, they were like, yeah, we knew that this was a fraud, but nobody really asked us. Like, Silicon Valley was just pumping money into this startup. No one bothered to ask the scientists, like, whether this thing was possible. And listen, if you don't think I'm serious about, like, all you need to be a successful fraud in Silicon Valley is just, like, a backstory that Silicon Valley believes in, check out what she named the machine that she was running these tests on, right? So she takes these, like, pinpricks of blood, right? They take this tiny little pinprick, and then they ran it in a machine. Let's see if we can find this. It's called the Edison. Guys, if you don't stop investing in garbage ideas with clever little names, I'm going to lose my mind. I mean, honestly, dude, look, do you think the market cap of Nikola would have been what it was if it wasn't named Nikola? Like, literally, that's the only reason. That's the only reason. You just give Silicon Valley people a clever name of some guy that they freaking worship. They lose their mind. It's like, hey, I'm calling this machine the Edison. Every Silicon Valley investor, I'll give you all my money. What? It's the Edison? That must mean it's as innovative as Edison. Wow. I'm constantly ragging on this, like, because it's such a problem. This is how people get scammed. People start saying, they throw buzzwords around, like AI, or you know what? Honestly, when Elon Musk dies, somebody's going to create a company called Musk, and then everyone's going to buy into it. Or they're going to call it like Elon, and everyone's going to buy into it. Just because we lionize these people, and then someone takes their name and just goes, yeah, I'm calling my thing that now, and everyone throws money at it. It's bizarre. Of course, they later realized that a lot of these systems weren't actually doing the testing they said they were. Like, they were doing testing the old-fashioned way. So they were committing fraud throughout. But I really do believe it's just a case of, you know, having a concept, never having proof of concept, but ultimately the investors not caring. They just throw money at you because they, like, I don't know, Silicon Valley has this disease where they think, oh, there's no such thing as, like, real problems with technology. I don't know. It just blows my mind. How could $10 billion have been thrown at something where nothing existed? It's all made up. It was all a fraud. This is the part that I don't understand. Like, again, it's not like we've learned from this. The company Nikola, without selling a truck, became worth more than Ford. The company Nikola, without selling a truck, had a market cap over Ford. How? Guys, look at that. Market cap is worth more than Ford. It's because there's so much dumb money that doesn't ever question, does this thing actually exist? I mean, this is like GoFundMe garbage, honestly, just at a higher level. It's the same crap that like Indiegogo people fall for, GoFundMe falls for, where they have a proof of concept that sounds great, doesn't exist, or sounds great but isn't what they're saying it is. It's just given to investors. And like, that's the amazing thing is you'd think, oh, these people are so sophisticated, whatever. But no, in fact, they can get just as greedy. They can get just as blindsided by just clever marketing. Really, that's what it ultimately comes down to. And this lady totally took advantage of that. She took advantage of the founder narrative that like every revolutionary thinker is going to be a 19-year-old, which we have to get rid of, by the way. Side note, sorry about this. Can we stop with the idea that 19-year-olds are going to save us, please? Can we stop with the idea that, hey, you know who's going to save the world? 19-year-old dropouts. No, I don't actually think they are.
What?
Are you kidding? Does nobody remember what it's like to be 19? Like, you're an idiot at that point. And I include myself in that category. I'm still an idiot, right? I wouldn't trust myself to change the world. I would not trust, especially some dumb 19-year-old, right? They don't know anything. How are we trusting these guys? Or girls, or anybody? Like, don't we know that people get smarter as they age? They learn more, they get wiser. We don't care about that. We think, and again, it just goes back to like, we just have a few examples that have totally changed the perception of what a founder is now. Because you have your Mark Zuckerbergs, you have your Jack Dorseys, like all these basically young kids coming in, creating these tech companies that blow up to be giants. Now we think that's the norm. Now we think, oh, well, of course, if medicine's going to get revolutionized, it's going to be some 19-year-old who fakes her own voice. Like, why? I'm telling you guys, this really heats me up, if you can't tell. And look, it's not just dumb Silicon Valley people. It's also just everybody was kind of taken in. And it's a good lesson for don't buy the hype. If you see somebody surrounded by famous people, but you've never kind of heard of them, you don't know what they do, it doesn't mean you should just blindly trust them and think, oh, just because they're around, Bill Clinton and Jack Ma, they must be legit. No, actually, anyone can be fooled because it's just sort of a ladder of fooling. Because obviously, Bill Clinton didn't do his due diligence. Jack Ma didn't do his due diligence. They just kind of looked and they go, oh, this lady seems to be respected by a lot of important people. And those people probably trusted her because they thought she was respected. Nobody actually took their time to figure out, wait, is this actually real? But yeah, he bought into, both of these guys buy into the same thing. Check this out.
More a factor than I want to call it, Jack. You founded this company 12 years ago, right? Tell us how old you were.
I was 19.
So, don't worry about the future. We're in good hands.
Yikes! That didn't age well, did it, buddy? Didn't age too well at all. Don't worry about the future, guys. We've lionized a con man. We've given $10 billion to a con man. A con woman. Excuse me. Okay? Excuse. We don't have enough women on this show. We're going to bring more equality and representation, starting with Elizabeth Holmes, to the CoffeeZilla fraud universe. Again, you see the lionization.
Oh, I need way more workers. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, young people that
I'm not even close.
Yeah, that's by definition true. But are they the future at 19? Yeah, they're not just... Wait, I got myself twisted up in this analogy. My point is, they're not the solution at 19, I guess, is what I'm saying. And you got to be clear when you're investing in anything. This is just a great lesson for everybody. Because if Silicon Valley people fell for this, you could fall for this too. The thing is, don't buy into the hype just because it's hyped up. Don't buy into this future promises just because it sounds like it's the future. Figure out, is the technology there? It's either there or it's not. It's a binary. Instead, people looked at the clever marketing. They looked at this person who checked all the boxes of this is the future Steve Jobs. And she even tried to dress like Steve Jobs. Instead of looking, does the technology exist? Nobody checked. And because of that, so many people lost a lot of money. They basically just lost their shirts on Theranos. Now she's basically facing trial on several charges, criminal charges, as well as she had a bunch of civil ones as well, and she awaits trial. So that's where we stand, but I think it's an interesting retrospective on one of the all-time great cons in the Silicon Valley universe. Now, there's a lot more, and we'll be covering them, so let me know what you think. But I think this is a good primer because you're going to see a lot of recurring themes. Silicon Valley people, they tend to fall for the same stuff over and over again, and we're going to talk about it. So give it a like, subscribe if you like this kind of stuff, and I'll see you next time.
I know what you mean. This ain't what it seemed. Nothing but a trick, trying to sell me on a dream, but that was where you lost me. Wake up and smell the coffee.
What the fuck?
It's pretty good. I know I've become a bit of an old curmudgeon who just doesn't really like superhero
What
films.
is he
I don't really
doing?
get excited to see them, but I did
What
actually
a
have
funny room he's
some
in.
level of optimism for Thunderbolts because it looked a little different in the reviews on it. Jiminy Christmas, I think it was like the second highest rated Marvel movie ever, or somewhere in that general ballpark, at least for some period of time. I don't know if it still is. But heavens to Betsy, sports fans, I tell you, with the way people were salivating over this one, I half expected to go in a theater and have this movie rim me out. And now that I've finished watching it and I'm back in witness protection facility here, I can comfortably say this is not a top 3 Marvel movie ever made. Like, it's a good movie. I did enjoy watching it, but I think the hype is a little overblown now. And I'm not going to sit here and try and armchair psychologist you like a Redditor, but I'm going to spitball a theory that I think the reason people are so excited about this movie is because it's finally a new Marvel film that doesn't feel like you just wasted your fucking money going to see it. Like, a lot of them have just felt truly worthless and just like they have nothing to offer. This one is a good film, but I don't think it's like this masterpiece that's now started the golden age of Marvel films again. But it is a breath of fresh air in what has become a very stale
only
set
to,
of films over the
18
last few years,
workers,
with a few
19
exceptions, like
workers.
obviously Guardians 3. But yeah, overall, it's solid. Now let's get into it a little bit. As you can tell from the trailers, you follow a ragtag team here with characters you're familiar with, but don't know all that well, such as Ghost, from one of my least favorite Marvel movies ever, Ant-Man and the Wasp. So the film already has its work cut out for you to make you care about someone that you just don't, like Ghost. And I actually think it does a good job at doing that because this movie focuses more on like the emotional aspects of these characters and the trauma they've been through and how that binds them together and how they can work together as a team to try and overcome what seems to be an undefeatable enemy with Sentry/Void. This isn't spoilers, you can get all that from the trailers. That's the premise of the film. They all come together in a way that's both silly and pretty exciting, where they're fighting each other. And the fight between all of them is really cool. And you know who else makes an appearance in here? Taskmaster, from everyone's favorite Marvel hit, Black Widow. Every time I think of that movie, I can't help but mention just how absolutely fucking absurd it is that the main villain's power was just being stinky. He smelled, and the smell that you smell, that smelled smelly, made you not want to hurt him. In fact, it made you unable to hurt him. So how do you get around that? Where he has a force field of odor? Well, you stop smelling it. So, spoiler alert for Black Widow, she breaks her nose and then she's able to hurt him. Wow, that was awesome. And Taskmaster's in that movie and completely ruined by it. And does Thunderbolts use Taskmaster better, finally giving redemption to what is otherwise an extremely cool character in the comics? Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Absolutely fucking not. It's even worse than I anticipated. Everyone who saw the trailer immediately theorized
Bon. Dude, only 10 workers. 10 workers, dude. Come on, give it to me. Come on. Give it to me. Come on. Oh, fuck! It's okay, I got you, motherfuckers. Bzz. Bzz. Wait, what? Oh, they're like not even underwater. What the fuck? There you go. Let's go! Industries. Okay, it's big as 2 of them. So we're gonna wait. How much is this? I'm gonna destroy both of these, all of these, and I'm gonna put the big one. Just to make sure, because I don't want to be confused. Where the fuck it is? So that's 22 workers. No, wait. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? So for only 2 more workers, I get 2 times the field. The upkeep is 60%? 80%? But I will assume the production is higher. Wait. Okay, the water consumption is lower. 8,000 per. So by having 2 of them, it consumed more water, but in exchange, it produced 1,600 more. There's more workers. The upkeep is higher also. By a lot. I don't know, guys. 22. I mean, it does consume less water, but the water is not the problem. Like, I don't... And I actually need more workers. There's 3 more trucks. Dude, what the fuck? That's not even worth it. That's kind of dumb. For the same size. The only difference is the number of workers. But the upkeep is still higher. It's kind of dumb. The upkeep of 2 of them with more workers. Like, if the upkeep of this will have been 20 bucks, we will have a discussion. But right now, it's kind of like I'm paying more than the double for, like, the same fucking production. I don't get what's... Except for the water, that is greatly an advantage. But it's in square, so I don't know if it's... There maybe the multiplier is gonna, like... So where's the... By the looks of it, right now, the water and the number of workers is the only advantage by getting a bigger one. Like the production rate is just a small nerf. You're just losing production rate by going with. I don't get it. Can someone enlighten me? Cause it's kind of dumb. What about like the larger? So you see, at least, you know, like when you see the large animal pastures, right? The upkeep is multiplied by 4. All right, whatever. The number of workers is slightly increased, which is good because the less worker, like the more you have for other jobs. The water seems to be good also. I feel like the only big advantages is the number of workers. That's the only big advantages. Maybe, because you need to think about the efficiency, right? So this increase the efficiency, and since it's a multiplier right here, as you can see, maybe because the production is higher, the multiplier is gonna hit harder compared to like Chew. Like if you take an example, let's say Chew farms here, right? Let's go on the mathematical equation, right? If I have Chew farm that produce 5% more. Let's assume I have like 5% more. It's gonna be at 105, right? And I have 2 of them, right, in the same spot. So that's gonna be chew time, right? So it's gonna be 210, right? This is just like simple math, right? But if I have one big motherfucker with a 5% increase, and my one big motherfucker is 180. 180 multiplied by 5%. That's gonna make... Oh, fuck. $9. Alright. 189. So... yeah, I'm making still less. What the fuck? Let's like... what the fuck, dude? Wait, let me... my brain is not braining right now. Let's go with larger number, okay? Way larger numbers, okay? Because we're talking about 1,000, right? Let's go with the larger numbers. So that's my output, right? 4,800, okay? Now you're gonna multiply by... you're gonna increase it with the same... multiply by 5%. That's gonna make... 255, right? And then you're gonna multiply everything by 2 because it's... oh, I'm a fucking dumbass. Can I modify my message? I'll just copy it and remove it so it doesn't confuse people. Right. So you got this. So that makes 5,000. Right? Okay. So now you have 5,500, 5,025. But the total, because it's multiplied by 2, because I have 2 farms, is 10,050 wheats per week. So that's for 2 farms. So now, did I mistaken? Oh, I put the wrong numbers. Oh my god, I put the wrong numbers. It's supposed to be 4,800, not... Oh man, I'm stupid, dude. Wait. Let's... multiplied by 2. Okay, so that's the actual... That's the actual number, okay? And now you have a big farm that does 8,000. Right? So 8,000 multiplied by .05. Yeah, I just produced way less. Dude, I'm kind of like flabbergasted on how useless this shit is. The only trade-off is the workers. That's actually such a useless purchase. Like, what's the point? That's fucking... I'm sorry for the word, but that's stupid as fuck. It does consume less water. That I will give. It does consume less water. Workers and water. And the upkeep is more than double. It's 2.5% more. Maybe more, 2.3, 2.4. There's also the fact that there's less truck. So for those who wonder, the more truck you have, the more traffic you can create. So having less truck is good. And it's all in the same spot. So it's kind of like optimizing your speed to throw the wheat from one area to the other. So that is a big plus. So the trucks, the number of workers is reduced by not more than half. Actually half. Less than half. But whatever. I'm talking like a dumbass for right now. The water is less. I mean, it's a sacrifice, I guess. I think it's part of, like, upgrading. But there's, like, almost no traffic. It's kind of, like, counterintuitive. What the actual fuck? It's supposed to be a normal ass road, not a... Can I make you bigger? Oh, I can. I'll 100% do that. There you go. Let's take a loan. A little loan. Whoa, 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 whoa. Uh... Fuck! My bad, guys. Yeah, that's another problem. They're way too... You know what I mean? Like, they're way too... You gotta fix that, motherfuckers. What, you going underneath? What is the right distance for... Let me... You know what? Let me take really large roads. Build that. And test the distance. No, too... Don't interfere on my building, motherfucker. Don't fucking interfere. Why are you not 180? Let me try by upgrading this one. Why are you 173? Motherfucker, why are you like that? Is it because of the... What if I extend you? Do I get a better result in distance? Are you... Wait. So this one is too far. Okay, so it fixes it. So just to make sure. There you go. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I got it. Good. Now. Good. Got it. Holy motherfucker, that took a lot. So now this guy. You're not going in the right direction. Wait. Can I whatever. Why do you... it's because of this? Okay. Flawless. Why do you rotate like that? Good. Okay, I got it. So now... We don't have any bus yet, so I'm probably not a good idea to... we're getting somewhere. So basically that's the entrance, right? They go out, they go in. Okay, so nope. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Oh shit. Ah, fuck! That's not even the right road. What the fuck is that? Oh, there you go. Damn, I don't even have enough money. It's not really optimized. $560. Um. $760. $760. So what we need is What about 760? Oop. What about 800? I think we're gonna rock with 800. Okay. Now we go with another 800. We remove the angles for... Oh, it's too far away. Oh, there's already a shitty shit occupying it. Also, feel like... Oh yeah, 800 is way too much. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Good. So far, so good, motherfuckers. Okay. $640. We put the angles again. There you go. Where's the fire guy? Where's the fire guy?
Mr. Beast just dropped a new video where I compete in a big old game, but that's playing second fiddle to the drama it just spawned with me in the center of this singularity here. It sent Twitter into a piranha feeding frenzy here, with me getting spaghettified in the middle of this black hole of drama. So, let's make like a package and address it. It's this clip right here.
What's up, bro? Hey, how are you, dude? I like your videos, dude.
I appreciate
I know you've talked some but
Everybody hates Logan Paul. Is everyone around Logan just a fucking idiot?
I'm always super happy that people don't take it personally. I don't. I understand. Here to be. Good to see you, bro. And also, Prime's pretty fire. Thanks. I'm not allowed to say that on camera. I get it, bro.
Mr. Beast just dropped a new video where I compete in a big old game, but that's playing second fiddle to the drama it just spawned with me in the center of this singularity here. It sent Twitter into a piranha feeding frenzy here, with me getting spaghettified in the middle of this black hole of drama. So, let's make like a package and address it. It's this clip right here.
What's up, bro? Hey, how are you, dude? I like your videos, dude.
I appreciate it.
I know you've talked some but
Everybody hates Logan Paul. Is everyone around Logan just a fucking idiot?
I'm always super happy that people don't take it personally. I don't.
Thank God.
I understand I'm and I'm here to be Good to see you, bro. And also, Prime's pretty fire. Thanks. I'm not allowed to say that on camera. I get it, bro. I get it, bro. Talk. Bro. Good luck today, right? Yeah, likewise, bro. Likewise.
People are already lining up with the pitchforks, lit torches, and spit out apple juice about how fake I am and how I folded in front of Logan Paul in person, cowering in fear, piddling my little britches. For some reason, the biggest part about that is what I said about Prime, which is like, oh, Charlie's super fake, he shits on Prime online, but in person, behind the scenes with the mask off, he actually loves it. I'm not sure if this is people maliciously lying about me, like Pinocchio, or if they just genuinely don't know, or maybe heard something that was wrong, but I've never shit on Prime. I've actually only ever talked positively about it on stream or in videos. Me saying it's pretty fire, but I can't say it on camera is literally the simplest joke ever, like a water cooler joke at work. I've talked about it on camera numerous times. Anytime I've ever been asked about it or have made a video where it's been a subject, I've always mentioned that I actually think Prime's pretty good. Like, here's a quick example from a video I made a year ago when there was those like wakey wine scams or whatever about Prime. All just to get their hands on some Prime. I've had it before because in the States it's not rare, it's not hard to come by. I could walk outside right now and find like an unopened pallet of Prime. It's really just in the UK that this hysteria is sweeping the entire nation. It's going absolutely crazy there. So I've tried it. I think it's good. I have no complaints. But I certainly wouldn't be beating some ass and being that desperate to get my hands on a bottle. And I still wouldn't. You wouldn't catch me running around like a fucking Frankenstein's monster trying to hunt down a pallet of Prime. But it's good. And I've always said that on streams and in videos. So I don't know where this narrative is that I've shit on it publicly, but behind the scenes I'm actually like an addict injecting it into my veins or lying to Logan Paul about it. I've always consistently said I actually like Prime. I think it's pretty fire. So I don't know why that's something that's sticking. Like, I prefer gamer sups, obviously, but that doesn't mean every other drink that's a competitor is bad. It's not. But now let's get to that second part, where Logan Paul's spiritual pressure sent me to the floor like it was right out of the Bleach anime, and I was just trembling in fear to confront him directly. So, this was filmed a month or so ago, a little over a month ago now. Since then, he is now apparently suing CoffeeZilla. Either Logan or someone on his team is suing CoffeeZilla, which is a massive fucking L. That is brain-dead activity for sure. But when this was filmed, that wasn't happening. What was happening was he was publicly trying to make amends with the victims of his CryptoZoo scam that he butt-fucked them all with, and as far as I know, he has been paying some people back, and at the time was still in the process of paying people back through whatever like program he set up for it. But there was none of this lawsuit going on, and one of the first things that he said was that he actually deserved all of the shit that he got for it, for all of the mistakes that he made. Ludwig was also there, someone else who was shit on Logan Paul, and Logan was saying something to a similar effect there as well, from what I recall. So at the time, he was in the process of trying to fix all the dog shit that he put innocent people through. And when I talked about this on stream and in the videos about CryptoZoo and what was going on with it with the updates, I had always said, as long as the victims are made whole again and they get their money back, that's a happy ending. But Logan is still a scumbag for ever doing it in the first place, which is something that he also said he deserved everything he got from doing that. So, I have always said as well that I never harbor hatred for someone who will actually change. There's nothing to gain with just holding a grudge forever. That's childish. If someone is actually willing to learn and grow from things, I'm more than willing to break bread with them. Logan Paul was very respectful of not only all the other competitors, but all of the staff at the event as well. So when he reached out to say hi, I was more than willing to be receptive and mature about the situation. He immediately opened up about all of the problems that he had caused and how regretful he was. So what would be the point in me getting there and just spitting on him if he's actually going to start being less of a piece of shit? That's the whole goal of calling someone out, so that way they can learn from it and not be that insufferable asshole anymore. Of course, fast forward to the current episode of Dragon Ball Z, and apparently he's suing CoffeeZilla, or someone on his team is, which brings me to that other statement that's floating around that video where I called everyone around Logan a fucking idiot. And that is super true, because I don't know who the fuck Logan Paul surrounds himself with, but it must be actual lobotomites, because I don't know who would sign off on Logan suing CoffeeZilla. But at the time, that wasn't happening. All that was happening was him seemingly actively trying to fix all of the things that he fucked in the face. Now, as for the not taking things personally statement, I've been very consistent with that from the very beginning. When I make a video about something, it's usually just for the sake of making jokes or being goofy about it, so I never really want whatever I'm talking about to be taken in a personal level or as anything like that. Though that does vary on a case-to-case basis depending on how serious the topic is, because I've absolutely crossed over the line in making things much more personal than they probably should. But usually I try and just keep it more surface stuff about why something is bad or whatever happened, whatever they did is fucking stupid or whatever. A great example is The Manny Show. I recently made 2 videos about The Manny Show's fraudulent copyright strikes, and The Manny Show just made a response video a couple days ago where they took full responsibility. They explained that they hired a monetization manager who kind of went rogue and started striking channels against The Manny Show's will. Once they learned about it, they immediately fired that person, and they just took it all on the chin, took full responsibility, and made no excuses whatsoever, and even addressed all the videos that were made about The Manny Show, saying that it was all warranted and that they understand that it came from a place of just trying to look out for the ecosystem. The Manny Show doesn't believe in censorship, and it was just a really good response overall. And The Manny Show didn't take it personally, even though what I was saying was very mean, for sure. Like, it definitely wasn't nice. I didn't exactly have the soccer boppers on. I was going fucking bare knuckle with some of the things I said about The Manny Show. They still didn't take it to a, like, personal offense or anything. Another great example is FaZe Rug. FaZe Rug was in this competition as well. FaZe Rug, I've also made a couple videos on making fun of. Absolutely. And FaZe Rug actually reached out like a year ago to talk about, like, you know, hey, I hope you don't hate me, Charlie. Like, I've watched your videos on me as well, and I want you to know, like, they actually made me laugh. And in person, FaZe Rug kept that same energy. He was a super nice guy who was talking about, like, yeah, that shit was kind of cringe, and the things you were saying made me giggle about it. And that's how I always want it to be when I make a video covering something where even the protagonist who I'm making jokes about can watch it and not be mad, but instead be entertained about it. And hopefully not walk away from it thinking that I have this burning hatred for them that will never go away. Now, in Logan Paul's case, it is a little bit different, because with the dead body situation as well as the CryptoZoo scam, I definitely did get far more personal than just like surface level jokes, talking about him being like an actual piece of shit, surrounded by sycophant pieces of shit as well, that just continue to enable horrible behavior. But at the end of the day, all of it was geared towards a goal. In the CryptoZoo scam, getting everyone paid back and explaining why it needs to be paid back and is a horrible thing. So Logan Paul taking that and letting it not be personal but instead constructive is the best case scenario there. Not just for me, but Ludwig and everyone else that's called Logan Paul out, which was like half of the fucking competition, by the way. So it's just, I don't see why this ended up being a huge drama thing, because all of it's consistent with all of the shit that I've said on stream for like the last 6 months with Logan Paul. Since CoffeeZilla's last update on Logan Paul and CryptoZoo with the refunds, like where's the refund and where's all the money, following that and talking about it, I have maintained that as long as people are paid back, that's what matters. And as far as I knew, there were measures being taken place that were getting people their money back. That's a good thing, and hopefully Logan Paul can learn from this and this kind of shit won't happen again. All of this should really be nothing new. Here's another quick example about me always being willing to talk to or at least engage with people that I have called out on a personal level. The Sneeko beef. The medium rare beef that I had with Sneeko that lasted for a while culminated with me actually getting in a call with Sneeko and talking, person to person, about all of this shit. Just hashing it out. Well, not face to face, because I mean, obviously it's through the internet, it's the fucking cyberspace, it's not face to face, but it's the same thing. We directly talk to each other. So meeting Logan in person and him wanting to talk about this, I was more than willing to do, and he was very respectful, took full responsibility and accountability in person, so I was more than willing to be mature about this and talk to him as a human being. I don't see why in any circumstances this would be perceived as being two-faced. I did this most recently with Sneeko. Before him, it was that person that was calling me a deep state, new world order chill or whatever. Brought him on the podcast to talk it all out. Like, it's something I've always done and always will be willing to do. I think it's very childish to just plug your ears and say,
Holy
boo, 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 not listening to you, whatever, and not engage with someone that you have an issue with. And again, this was filmed over a month ago when I wasn't privy to any new dog shit behavior from Logan. This lawsuit with CoffeeZilla is new, so I couldn't call him out on it or anything like that. So I don't know what else to tell you other than this isn't anything new. I've always been more than willing to talk to and be mature with people that I have called out and had grievances with in the past, as long as they are willing to engage with me and be mature about it as well. And Logan was. So yeah, overall, great Mr. Beast video. I lost and also got thrown into a ton of drama, so that was pretty fire. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, I'm talking about Boogie again, the internet's favorite clown. Everyone is lining up to throw the baseball at the target to dunk this goober into the water tank, and I can't resist. It's actually unbelievable how he continues to find new, deplorable ways to sink deeper into degeneracy and dig himself even deeper holes. I am blown away by his ability to constantly embarrass himself. I don't know what kind of kink this is, but it goes beyond humiliation at this point. So buckle your seatbelt, I'm gonna deliver a high-speed Boogie breakdown here for what happened last night. So, Boogie has maintained for a while that he has cancer, and a lot of his reasoning behind his most recent cryptocurrency scam was that he needed the money for his medical treatments with his cancer. And last night, that diagnosis was challenged with people directly confronting about the authenticity of his claims because there were some inconsistencies and some shady things with what Boogie was saying about it. I believe the catalyst behind this whole conversation was Destiny, who spearheaded the questions that he had about Boogie's diagnosis, and it led to, like, directly talking with him about it, which then led to more and more people coming in to talk to Boogie about it. And for those that don't know, Boogie2988 is a pathological liar. He cannot help himself. Just like a pile of dog shit can't help but smell like poop, Boogie can't help but lie. Even about the most trivial things ever. He used to tell fibs about games and like what games he was playing and finishing and why he needed to buy games to review them only to never review the games. Like, I'm surprised he didn't start weighing in on the Elden Ring DLC being too hard, saying some shit like, oh, well, yes, the Elden Ring DLC was quite simple for me, really. I kind of first tried every single boss. My favorite boss was Rudonius of the Hidden Leaf Village, obviously. Like, he just lies, and he can't help but continue to lie anytime he sees an opportunity for it, especially if it could potentially lead to some level of sympathy. Oh, yes, I've experienced racism. Me, Boogie2988, as you know, I'm a full-blooded Atlantean, and I recall when Plato came to our hidden continent and sunk it himself because he didn't like the color of our skin. Like, he is just a liar, is the point I'm trying to make here. An outrageous one at that. So, with some of the things he was saying, people started to question whether or not he really did have cancer, so they confronted him directly on a podcast, and throughout the 3 or so hours that he was on the podcast there, he chose the worst possible dialogue options every single time, and it eventually culminated with him getting naked.
So, your shred of privacy is this, but not being naked on film, not talking about fucking whores,
Yeah, I'll
not
get
talking
naked
about
right
being
now.
bankrupt.
I'll get naked right
Do
now.
it. Take it off. Let's go for it.
Talk about
Let's
that.
do it.
A pretty interesting strategy here to get nude, just strip down to your birthday suit. Boogie's playing chess, the rest of us are playing checkers. Lying about having cancer takes a very special kind of scumbag. It's not unheard of on the internet, there's plenty of famous cases of people doing that, but to come in and question Boogie on it, like, you've got to have your ducks in a row. And Boogie, when defending himself, refused to show even a single shred of evidence to push back against the claims. And the claims,
had more evidence than Boogie did about his diagnosis. And it eventually reached the point where people were begging him to just show like a fucking single molecule that would somehow lend any credence to Boogie's claims, and he just refused. There was I think it was an $80,000 bounty. Like, multiple YouTubers came in and offered thousands upon thousands of dollars to Boogie, up to $80,000, to just show a piece of his medical record to a trusted third party, so that way they could verify it, that he really does have cancer like he claims he does. And he refused. Which is very weird, considering Boogie just scammed his audience for $10,000, talking about how desperate he was for money because of his medical bills and everything. So he'll scam his audience for $10,000, but he won't just briefly show a little piece of his medical record here for 80 grand, 80,000 clams? That just doesn't add up. Because he's talking about how it's like the last bastion of privacy he has, which doesn't make any sense because Boogie has never given a fuck about privacy. Every single aspect of his life, he has pushed into the public eye that people have to just like have their fucking retinas burned out against their will because Boogie is shoving every aspect of his personal life down their throat. Yet this is the one thing he wants privacy on, even though he himself was the first one to ever talk about it. It just doesn't make sense. So it's definitely not looking good for Boogie after this. He's since deactivated his Twitter account and everything, which probably is only temporary. He's addicted to Twitter. It's like a heroin addict. Like, I imagine he's going to go back to the needle here to Twitter. But for now, it's looking like his ham got steamed on this podcast. It doesn't look good here. Of course, it hasn't been 100% definitively proven that he's lying about his diagnosis or anything like that, but the whole situation around it is very weird for sure. And I just want to show you a little bit from it. Now, a buddy of mine, whom I'm sure all of you have heard me talk about in the past, Jackson Clark, that's a name that lives in infamy in the mind of Boogie. Jackson Clark is Boogie's boogeyman. He mentioned Jackson so many times unprompted in this podcast that the other hosts were left stunned, wondering who the fuck is Jackson? Because Jackson has, for a long time now, been pushing back against a lot of what Boogie has said and done to his audience. And Jackson, a while back, did talk about the diagnosis on Twitter, and it has, I guess, weighed heavy on the psyche of Boogie.
Yeah,
I'm never showing any of these motherfuckers my medical paper. Go fuck yourself. I said that 2 years ago, and I'm standing by it now. Destiny, Jackson Clark, Keemstar, you can see it when I fucking die. It's my fucking goddamn medical record.
I don't know why Jackson Clark was on the tip of his tongue there in the middle of this panel, but wow. That's so big. Hold on, I gotta send that to Jackson. Jackson's gonna have a big old smile and a big old wet spot in his trousers for it. That's big. It was Destiny who put up 5K and Muda put up 50K. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's not like Boogie to turn down free money like that. He just scammed his audience for $10,000, which in this podcast he openly admits to. I think it was who was it? Like, I think it was Nicholas Diorio. Nicholas Diorio at the very end came in and he's like, "What do you mean morals? You scammed your audience for 10K." And Boogie goes, "Yeah, but this is different." He's like, "This is two separate things."
Because I'm insisting on it. Because
Drop the microphone. No, wait. Why would you have to insist on a biopsy if you can confirm?
But this is basically the whole podcast where they are picking apart Boogie's story and just begging and even trying to offer him tons of money to prove that he actually has what he says he has. Where does he mention more Jackson, though?
Goddamn medical records. And I don't want one of you motherfuckers feeling sorry for me. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you do. Okay? You can hate me as much as you fucking want. But that's, I'm taking one goddamn thing with me. And this is a decision I made when Jackson Clark demanded this shit 2 fucking years ago. And it's a decision I'm fucking sticking to here 2 years
I don't know who
later.
Jackson Clark is.
I don't even know if I'm getting...
That's incredible! Jackson Clark, he did it again! First and last name. He's doing it. He's doing it! That's so huge. And now he looks like a pioneer for being the first to request the Panama Papers on Boogie here. And then 2:43 on the dot. Jackson mentioned again. This is like a Where's Waldo game. Alright, so 2:43 mentioned again.
Getting his name right. It's fucking Moist Critical's butt buddy. I don't fucking know.
Why do you keep calling him Jackson Clark?
I don't
Wait, he's getting name dropped again!
know his real name. What is it?
What do you mean you don't know his real name? You've said it 4 times. Jackson Clark. You think that's an alias? A first and last name alias? His real name's fucking Steve Cheeseburger? And why you pretend you don't know his real name? You tweet about him every now and then after blocking him so he can't fight back. That's his pseudonym. He's using it like J.K. Rowling.
I'm gonna let him have the win.
right?
I'm gonna let him
break
have
some
the win.
type of law.
I'm gonna let him have
laws,
the win.
yeah.
I'm gonna let him have the win.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why are you letting him have the win?
Because as I said to Jackson Clark 2 years ago, or at least said about it.
Clark.
Yeah, I am not sharing my medical records. I'm not sharing this on the internet. This is for me. I'm good.
How much money did Jackson Clark get you to fucking say his name?
Yeah, I know, right?
On the stream?
I don't know.
Great advertising, yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's good for Penguin Zero. Penguin Zero. Jackson Clark. Penguin Zero. Jackson Clark. Check it out. Buy Fattycoin. There.
That's honestly, put that on the back of the DVD box. That is so fucking flames. Hold on, I'm telling Jackson timestamps. Get Jackson on stream. He's sleeping right now. It's Australia. He's not up yet. He actually hates you too. He does. He absolutely does. 100%. But he hates everyone that doesn't immediately fall in line and agree with him. What's crazy is he doesn't hate Keemstar, who literally invited him over to his house on the 4th of July just to throw ice cubes at him and bully him. But he hates everybody else. Literally everybody else. It's so odd. It's super weird. I don't know why he hates me and Jackson so much more than everyone else. I genuinely do not. I have talked about Boogie twice. Once with his crypto scam and once with the documentary that dropped where he talked about how his life fell apart from buying hookers and everything and still had a crazy ego about how he deserves to fuck tens. And all kinds of heinous shit. Those are the only 2 times I talked about him. And comparatively to everyone else, I don't even think I was that mean. I gave him legitimate advice about maybe instead of scamming your audience, you should just keep making YouTube videos. He averages 20k views per video. If you just make a video a day at that average, he would be able to support himself with at least $10,000 a month. Easy. Bare minimum. Like, I feel like, honestly, it was pretty reasonable. But maybe he doesn't like to hear that. He'd rather people throw ice cubes at him in person. I don't know. I really don't know. You guys did make fun of him in the documentary for like an entire podcast episode. Yeah, constructively. Like, if you're going through all these health problems, maybe don't start every day with a Mountain Dew after you take off your fucking CPAP machine. Like, that's constructive. I think. Like, instead of a Mountain Dew, anything else. And maybe just doing fucking acid in the middle of the forest with a fucking shaman is not going to be the therapist you need. I know, yeah, I know. They brought in everyone for this one. It's certainly not looking like Boogie was telling the truth. Shockingly. But who knows? Maybe for some reason he really is refusing like $80,000 in order to keep this last bastion of privacy. Which isn't really private considering he was the one that talked about it first. Watched all 4 hours. He doesn't hate you and Jackson. He thinks Jackson Clark is your real name and Charles White is one of your internet aliases. No, that's not true. He knows we're separate people. Now you're just making shit up, but I love that. I love that idea. Jackson Clark is my Australian alter. So a couple of quick things. I have made 2 videos on Boogie ever, but he has become a pretty common topic on the podcast where we talk about some of his more recent shenanigans. So maybe that's where he's hearing a lot of it from, because in videos it's only been 2 from me, and on the podcast it's not just me, it's everyone kind of just going over like the Boogie recap on what he's doing right now and why he probably shouldn't be doing what he's doing right now and how he can do things that are better than that. Like maybe that's where he's seeing a lot of it from, where he gets this idea that I'm always, you know, shitting on him or whatever. And the other thing I actually want to dive into a little bit is where I briefly mentioned that if Boogie would just make a video a day, or at least increase the frequency in which he creates content, he would be able to support himself. And he wouldn't need to resort to scams or lies or these elaborate ruses to try and squeeze milk from a stone here and shake down the last remaining audience he has for their lunch money. He could just support himself through what he used to do, which was make content. Yes, he lost most of his audience once they started to take a peek behind the mask, the facade that he put up, then they noticed that he's like the goddamn Babadook, right? He's a monster. But his channel was so big that even losing the majority of his audience still leaves him with a very sizable audience left that's bigger than like 99% of other channels on the platform already. And averaging between 20 to 30,000 views per video is sustainable. I have another channel, and I've talked about it a couple of times, called Skill Check. And this is for all of the nerdy shit that I love to do. It's pretty niche, so Dungeons and Dragons and trading card games. Right now, mainly Magic the Gathering Commander, but we're branching into more Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece TCG content. I have a huge passion for this shit, and the average views on the videos for that channel is right around 30 to 40,000-ish. Sometimes they pop off like the Commander game with Wubby or the Shot Caller Commander game, but the average is between like 30 to 40,000 across the whole channel. And I'm gonna just give you a peek behind the old analytics here. This is what the channel generates. Off 2.1 million views per month, it makes over $7,000 per month. Now let's compare that to Boogie's channel. Boogie, even when not creating content, his channel basically just gathers fucking cobwebs because he doesn't want to put any work in and make stuff. Even with that in mind, his channel still makes almost 1 million views per month. Now imagine if he would just post more frequently. He could easily fucking support himself through AdSense. He could. No matter what lie he tries to feed you about how that's not possible, no one wants to watch him, his average says otherwise. He just doesn't want to do it. He's looking for the easier paydays, like taking $10,000 up front to pump a fucking crypto scam. If it is true that Boogie is lying about all of this, that'll just be yet another unbelievably low thing that Boogie has done throughout his career. And he has made a career out of doing some of the lowest shit the platform's ever seen. So again, it hasn't been 100% confirmed that he's lied about this. So maybe he is telling the truth. Maybe he's got stick it to the man-neosis. Like, it's just all a very odd set of circumstances with the way all of this is unfolding here. And I just had to talk about it a little bit because, man, I mean, Jackson Clark, he got mentioned so many times here, and this is just such a fucking weird story. That's really about it. So yeah, as I was rendering the video here, some new lore just dropped, a little update to this case. Keemstar made a tweet kind of talking about some things behind the scenes. Now, he's like the Boogie Whisperer. Boogie tells him everything, I guess. So, I think probably best to wait for Boogie to confirm all of this, but I'll at least put this here for the sake of covering everything that's come out here. According to Keem's tweet, Boogie went on steroids that could cause cancer in the blood, and then 2 years ago, after he lost his money in crypto, went to the doctor, said he had high red blood cells, indicating he may have it. Before he got any confirmation, he made a YouTube video announcing it, and then for 2 years has been telling people he has it to use it for sympathy, and he never actually got confirmation, but now apparently he's scheduled to go see whether or not he has it. So that's the most recent update there, and it doesn't come directly from Boogie, so I guess we might have to wait to see what he says about it, even though Boogie himself isn't really a reliable narrator since he lies about everything ever. But again, there is no 100% confirmation on whether or not he's lying about this or anything, but it is certainly very peculiar. Very, very weird. That's about it. So yeah. Boogie2988 is not only the most manipulative YouTuber this platform's ever seen, but he's also among the stupidest as well. And this is actually one of his go-to bread and butter defense strategies anytime he finds himself in hot water. He'll always play the card of, oh, I'm not an evil person, I'm just a bumbling moron. I got zapped by an idiot beam. Timmy Turner made a wish that I'd be an imbecile and, well, that's out of my control now. I'm not a bad person, I'm just stupid, and you can't be mad at me for that. He uses this signature anime finishing move more often than Goku uses a Kamehameha to finish off an opponent. He is stupid, don't get me wrong, but he is also a bad person. Both of these things are true. And he's using this defense right now with his latest cryptocurrency scam. I wasn't even gonna bother making a video talking about this because talking about any of Boogie2988's L's is like talking about taking the trash out. Who gives a fuck? It's garbage, so who cares? Everyone knows it's trash, so why even bother talking about it? Well, in this case, it's especially heinous because he actually did an interview with CoffeeZilla on CoffeeZilla's second channel, Voidzilla, where he was covering Boogie's new crypto scam. and he basically admits to it being a pump and dump, but his defense is that he was too stupid to recognize that. Like, he's too dumb to have known that this was going to be a scam that would hurt his almost non-existent audience. He has a very small pocket of people that still support him left, and he is using them like a fleshlight for a couple of fucking doubloons to pop out the other end as he puts his cock in it. It's disgusting. The Boogie298 fan club has less members than the goddamn Balan Wonderworld Enthusiast Society. Like, there's not many of them left, and now Boogie's running a cryptocurrency scam directly at them, yet denying that he's trying to scam his fans, saying that it's obviously just a joke for his fans to point and laugh at. This is mainly meant to target millionaire crypto bros who can kind of just get fucked. It's also worth mentioning that he was paid $10,000 to promote this fatty token meme coin by a very shady group. But I'm sure that's not important. I'm sure that 10,000 doubloons is all just part of the joke. It's all in good humor at the end of the day. I'm sure that had nothing to do with Boogie's involvement here. Now, I do believe that a lot of people that did put money into this were just hoping that they could dump the bag on even bigger idiots that bought into it trusting Boogie, because there are still people that do have faith in Boogie as a creator and as just a genuine person. I don't know how that still lingers after the documentary that's been dropped about him, where he did his absolute best to make himself look like an insufferable asshole, as well as the numerous other controversies he's found himself in, but there is definitely still a community that rallies behind him. And I have no doubt a lot of people that put money into this were hoping that that community would also put money in so they could dump it onto them. And maybe they were able to, maybe they weren't, but right now it looks like everybody, except for those on the inside, have lost money. You posted a video on your own channel called Fatty, because the name of his token, his scam shitcoin, is called Fatty. He posted the video on his channel. That's for your audience, Boogie. You posted it directly to them. Of course, some of them are going to buy into it because they still have some level of trust in you for whatever delusional reason that might be, but that's definitely broken by now, I imagine. He also just can't dedicate himself to just one excuse here, so he's trying to cover all of his bases so he doesn't look like an evil, manipulative piece of shit here. So he's constantly flip-flopping. So first he was kind of just on the nose about it, like posting tweets saying like he's fucked anyway, so might as well get some money out of it on the way out. You know, hashtag fatty, stuff like that. And then he's like, well, no, this was actually just for the crypto bros, and I'm not going to lose sleep over them losing money. I was upfront about you putting money into this, and you're probably going to lose it. That's the joke. So I don't care if you bought in. And his most outrageous one is where he tries to spin this as an actual useful, not scam service, where it's like, oh, this is actually just a really cheap way for the community to buy into my presence. It's going to be a community hub for all of us to kind of just like hang out. So you're kind of paying just to be a part of the community. Like, he's trying every possible excuse to avoid wrongdoing, even though he's fundamentally admitted that it's a pump and dump scheme that he's behind here, which is a crime. It's illegal. You can't do that. Maybe putting it into Magic the Gathering terms will help you understand it to wrap your fucking noodle around it. You're ignoring cards' mana costs, and in response, everyone hates you. You can't do that, Boogie. I watched a clip of a podcast Boogie's on once, and of course he always rants about how everyone's always out to get him. He's not a bad guy. Everyone else is evil for attacking him. He's not the bad guy. He's not the villain of the story. And my name got brought up. And he then went on to say that I want to see him dead. I'd rather see him buried 6 feet under than see him succeed, or something to that effect. Which is, of course, a load of horseradish, but it's a really interesting take, how Boogie perceives things. And I don't know if he truly believes this, or if it's just a classic Boogie drumming up sympathy kind of thing through lying. But I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, at all. I want to see you stop being a piece of shit scammer who manipulates his audience and constantly lies. That's what I want. That's what the majority of people would like to see. A triumphant story about how you finally took some responsibility for your own actions, grew from them, learned from them, and actually stopped being the asshole that you are. I'd like for you to come forward and stop lying about everything. So like in this situation, just taking it on the chin and openly admitting that you pump and dump scammed your audience. Just say like, hey guys, I fell on difficult financial times and yeah, I took advantage of you. You kind of tiptoed around that in the CoffeeZilla video, but you're not saying it with your whole chest anymore and making up excuses for it, even though it's an inexcusable thing that you've done. You should then refund everyone that lost money in this shitcoin scam that you've pumped. And then you should be working towards actually making things right and stop being the lying, manipulative asshole that you are. I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, and you know that. That's a very gross thing to say. to make that claim, and you know how fucking disgusting that is, which is why you say it. But I want to make it very clear right now. What I want is for you to stop being a lying manipulator. I'm going to play a little bit of his announcement video for this, because he really stands by that it's all just supposed to be a joke for his community, supposed to bring them together to laugh at the parody of Andrew Tate, where he's playing Andrew Cake, and it's all part of the joke. But that excuse doesn't work, Boogie, when you actually launch a shitcoin alongside your satirical take on shitcoins, for your audience to actually lose money on, you dumb buffoon.
Fatty is a community for like-minded individuals that have broken free from the Matrix. True happiness comes from a goldfish, from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Fatty for life, yeah! Look at this graph. Looks like every other rug pull shitcoin that ever entered the market. But Fatty for life, yeah! Boogie's the champ! He's the king! Who cares how many of his audience lost money on this? He does his absolute best to deny that that's a possibility at all. I'll go ahead and go through his pinned tweet because he's been, of course, on Twitter, as he is known to do, having meltdowns, doing his best to justify indefensible actions that he takes. So here's his big manifesto on the Fatty debacle. An iconic Boogie intro here to the tweet. This is just so on brand for him. Classic. In the last few days, I have learned a lot about the internet, myself, and crypto. For those that don't know the Boogie lore, he also lost almost all of his money in crypto well before this, so even knowing just how dangerous it is to buy into this kind of shit, he still promotes it to his audience, even though he himself is the victim of losing tons and tons of money in crypto dog shit. But yeah, it doesn't matter to him. Since it's not him losing money this time, why would he care? My intent by launching a meme coin was to make people laugh and happy. I also wanted to give millionaires who like meme coins a new toy to play with. It doesn't have use, Boogie. The only thing they can play with is watching the graph go down. The only thing they're playing with is your balls as you teabag them with this scam. I also wanted to create a community among those people to interact with as I have through the LolCow Live community. To say I missed the mark is an understatement for sure. But some of the people that are angry for some weird reasons. This never targeted fans, in quotes. In the 90 seconds this was available on websites, a casual fan could not have created a Coinbase account, get verified, figure out how to buy Solana, which is a chore in itself, to then purchase a meme coin. It is literally impossible. That process takes hours, sometimes days. You are so unbelievably wrong, you know that. You are blatantly lying. I also don't understand why it's inconceivable for him to imagine that some of his fans already have Solana and have Coinbase accounts, because a lot of people do. Cryptocurrency isn't some like fringe unheard of thing anymore. It's a very mainstream thing people have been hearing about for fucking years, so a lot of them do have accounts and they could easily buy this in the 90 seconds it was available. This targeted my fans only to have them point and laugh at the absurdity of the character, the video, and the idea that anyone would trust me for crypto advice. If the whole idea behind it, Boogie, was to just provide an entertaining video, why actually launch the shitcoin? Why even give them the opportunity to buy into something that you yourself know is worthless? You're open about how worthless it is and that it's just a waste of money. One of his early tweets is about how you shouldn't invest money in it. That's the way that he's trying to like hand wave his responsibility to his audience here by saying, well, he warned them not to put money into it, so it's kind of their fault. Why even give them the option? If the whole point was just to give them something to laugh at, why give them something to immediately lose money on, Boogie? That's so weird. That doesn't seem like it'd be a good part of the joke, having them lose money too. That seems to get rid of the joke. It's almost as if it wasn't a joke to begin with. And you're using that as a convenient excuse to try and make it seem like it was never the intention to make money off exploiting your fans. I did, however, want to target crypto bros who play with meme coins all day, every day. Looking at the wallets that bought and sold this coin, it's clear that is the only people who played with this coin. Many of them holding tens of millions of Ethereum and Bitcoin, they wouldn't miss the tens of dollars they might have lost, but many more made money than lost, it appears. What a hero. You're such a hero of the people, Boogie. Regardless, I still believe those same crypto guys might find value in this coining community, and I hope they do. For those holding, I plan to keep chatting with you guys and chilling with you for as long as you think it's fun. To the rest of the internet, I am not sorry for getting involved in a dumb shit meme coin. I eject the idea that I was ever scamming fans, and that simply did not happen, period. Look at the wallets for proof of that. I still think a meme coin can be a funny and amusing distraction for people who have far more money than they know what to do with, and I hope we can continue to fuck around with this dumbass coin. That is just chef's kiss standard Boogie meal right there on his Twitter dog shit that he serves on the plate. Just absolute nonsense, lying out of his ass, trying his absolute best to come out of this looking like the good guy. Well, I've learned a lot about myself, the internet, and crypto. Yeah, there were some shortcomings, I missed the mark, but you're actually all wrong, because I'm not a bad guy. That was never the intention. Also, those crypto bros that I said can get fucked and I won't lose sleep over, well, actually, I'm hoping they find real value in this, because I'm also, like, a hero to the crypto bros as well as my community, because I never targeted my fans. Yeah, I uploaded it to my YouTube channel, but that was only because I wanted them to laugh at the character, not actually put money into it. I mean, that was never part of the plan, but because they put money into it, now there's a great community, which was always the intention the entire time. It's just absolute ramblings of a madman, doing his absolute best to try and avoid looking like the bad guy, and in doing so he always looks even more of a bad guy. In the interview he did with CoffeeZilla, he mentions his cancer diagnosis. Boogie has a form of cancer and he is on hard times financially, a lot of it because of his crypto investments, which now he's running one of his own. And he talks about how the money that he got, like the $10,000 to promote this, immediately went into like his medical his medical needs. And he uses this as a shield, where it's like, oh, you know, this is going on, thus it shouldn't be a problem that I scam people, because I need the money. There's plenty of other ways of making money though, Boogie, besides just scamming your audience. Like there was, for years, for actual years, you had so many other opportunities to make money and actually not be a piece of shit. But you have time and time again made the worst possible decisions, not only for yourself, but for those around you, and you have constantly dug yourself deeper and deeper holes. And now you keep posting tweets, deleting tweets, where you're doing this Jekyll and Hyde thing about how, oh, I might be going to jail anyway, so I'm gonna take money on the way out. Buy Fatty Coin. And then into this, where it's like, actually, I'm such a good guy. Like, we were just making a community, and you guys are getting mad for weird reasons. I'm misunderstood. It's crazy because you can actually trace Boogie's spiral to his Twitter activity. The frequency in which he used Twitter directly correlates with the frequency at which he lost subscribers. As he used Twitter more, his YouTube subscribers went down more and more, because he kept letting the mask slip at the really awful person behind the facade that he puts on YouTube. He could not stop himself from saying the most revolting things and being the most unlikable asshole through Twitter. He was addicted to it. And he recognized so many times that if he just deleted Twitter, his life, his online career would have been in a much better spot. But he just can't help himself. And to this day, still can't help himself. Here's his most recent tweet, for example. I learned years ago that if I fart in public, Mudahar will make a video saying I gave people cancer. I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want, because even when I try to do something nice, people say I ate a baby or something. In standard Boogie fashion, making himself the victim of everything imaginable. Somehow he's the victim in this pump and dump crypto scam that he's running here, because Mudahar made a mean video about him. Oh man, it doesn't matter what I do, because people are just going to say that I ate a baby or something. Mudahar is going to insult me no matter what. So what, I did a crypto pump and dump. Doesn't mean Mudahar needs to be nasty and rude about it. I can't even remember the last time Boogie2988 did something genuinely nice without it being something to benefit him personally. I can't think of it. And it's certainly not this crypto scam. There's no way you're gonna sit there and actually try and say that this meme shitcoin that you've started is somehow a nice thing that you don't deserve to be getting insulted for. That's absolute lunacy. You yourself have said multiple times how worthless this is, and you shouldn't be putting money into it, and that you're basically stupid if you do. Like, and now you're gonna try and sit here and make a claim like, oh, even when I do something nice, they're just gonna say I'm bad anyway. You're not doing anything nice. You are literally scamming your audience. No matter how much you want to plug your ears and close your eyes to deny that fact, you are. You have. You are scamming them with this. He also keeps saying that he hasn't sold any of his Fatty Coin, and it doesn't matter. Even if you really haven't sold any, I don't know why you'd sell now, since it's completely flatlining, but even if you haven't sold any, even when it was up, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a pump and dump scam, and someone made a lot of money from this. The people that paid you to promote this in the first place. You did make 10,000 doubloons from the promotion of it. So you did make money from it. Even if it isn't from the direct sale of the coins that you hold, you still made 10 grand, which is a lot more than any one of your fans that bought into this trusting you. But anyway, I don't need to rant any further about this. If you want actual information about the scam, I highly recommend checking out Voidzilla's video or Mudahar's coverage of this. They both did a great job going over everything around it. I'm just here to talk about what a manipulative, stupid asshole Boogie2988 is, and how baffling it is that he keeps finding new ways to devolve even further into degeneracy. It's shocking. That's really about it. So yeah. If there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that this tooth, this one right here, that little bastard, is about 1 centimeter taller than the other teeth on that bottom row. And now, anytime you see my mouth open, you won't be able to unsee it. You're welcome. And the other thing you really need to know about me is that I cannot stand when people cause problems for customer service workers, in particular, fast food employees. I've made countless videos shitting on narcissists that are fishing for clout by exploiting fast food employees for views on TikTok or YouTube through pranks or just being a general
They're gonna
nuisance
get
just to hit.
hit! Holy shit! What the fuck? Oh my god! Holy shit, no! Not the pigs! Oh my god, guys. That's crazy. I'm back.
On society. They're just normal people and they're getting paid minimum wage to deal with the most insufferable people on the planet. Just truly degenerate assholes, and my heart breaks for them. Fast food workers get abused more than a fleshlight. It sucks. And over the last week or so, there's been a new trend that has really blown up that once again just treats these human beings as if they're just NPCs, props for their TikTok and YouTube Shorts videos. It's filming your Chipotle order being made by the Chipotle worker.
I'll get a bowl. Yeah, for to go. I'll get white rice with that.
The idea is they're going to give you more food because they're on camera. And it spawned because people were starting to talk about Chipotle portion sizes being smaller than they used to be, which for the record I do believe. That is a conspiracy theory I'll put on the full tinfoil condom for, because I do think that's accurate no matter how much the CEO likes to dance around in delusion and pretend that that's not the facts of it. I do think it is true. I used to get a Chipotle burrito after every lift in college, and I had innumerable Chipotle burritos, and over the last 3 or 4 years I've been very vocal about the quality of the food going down, in my opinion, and definitely, like, when I get burritos now, it's significantly less than I remember it being back then. But I also think that's just kind of the industry norm, because I think the same thing about many other fast food places as well. But anyway, someone on TikTok came up with a cure to this small portion disease, and it was to just film these workers doing their job and kind of give them a bit of a hard time and nudge them on camera to give them more food. And this started to really pop off because a lot of people noticed that, oh, when they're being filmed, they give you more food. So that's the cheat code. That's the life hack.
Rice blank or pinto beans?
We'll do pinto beans with that.
Pinto beans, any protein for you?
We'll do chicken, please.
Chicken, any queso for you?
We need some more chicken in that.
More chicken?
Finna fire on your ass. Put that chicken in there.
All right, any queso for you?
This one is by far the worst I've seen from this trend here. This guy went in there looking to start shit. He's immediately aggressive and confrontational. The guy hadn't even put the fucking spoon fully into the chicken bowl there before he said, no, 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 need more chicken. He's there to stir a controversy for the sake of his video. And he is just shoving the camera down this guy's throat. If the worker had bent over, the camera guy here would have given him a full-blown fucking colonoscopy. He is right up in his business to just be this insufferable douchebag that's hassling him for the sake of this video that he's filming. Now, it's filmed from another angle, but I can't find that full video. I can only find this one through Twitter.
We need some veggies. Get some green veggies. Yeah, little bit more, little bit more.
No problem.
Little bit more.
No problem.
Straight up. Oh, they gonna have to hold me accountable.
When he was asked pretty politely to just stop putting the camera in this guy's face, not even asked to stop filming, by the way, just asked to, like, hey, maybe don't be up in this guy's nutsack with your camera, he immediately starts yelling about it. He's immediately throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Even though it was a super reasonable request, because look at how close he's getting to this guy. He is leaning over the counter to get as close as possible. It's like he's going in for a kiss, like he's trying to fucking make out with the guy here.
Nothing else?
That'll be all. And if you got problems, I'll fire your ass up. Hold me accountable.
What the fuck?
You're gonna have to hold me accountable.
Sir, this is Chipotle's. Why are you yelling and screaming? Why are you hooting and hollering here? Goodness gracious, it's like a hostage situation here. The worker did everything you ask. Leave them alone. All they requested is that you take the camera out of that guy's mouth. They didn't even ask that you stop filming, even though they should have. They should have walked over and slapped that fucking phone right out of your hands, douchebag. That's what should have happened. But it didn't. You still got to have your TikTok video, and you're still huffing and puffing about it. It's incomprehensible to me. Even when people who did this trend weren't harassing the worker making their food, I still don't like it. I think it is still dog shit. You're just being a nuisance to just average everyday people just going about their lives. They're getting paid minimum wage to make your food, and you're making it a huge headache for them by putting them on camera when I know for a fact they don't want to be. The reason you're getting more food shouldn't be some kind of mystery.
The reason is because no one wants to deal with being shamed online. It's not like these people are just drones, AI that are cut off from the rest of the world. These people have access to the internet, same as you. They know what this trend is. And they know if they give you anything less than fucking colossal proportions that could feed a family of 8, then they're going to get insulted in your TikTok video. So obviously they play along with it. Like, it shouldn't be surprising that you do get more food when you film the workers here and put this big spotlight on them. Because now you've turned it into...
warning for the coming days. Citizens are advised to stay indoors.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, motherfuckers. No! No! Stop!
A thunderstorm is battering the city. Stay indoors until the storm has passed.
Holy motherfucker! Save my shit! Save my shit! Holy shit! That is bad! Oh my fucking god! Oh shit! And blow my shit up. That's a motherfucking thunderstorm. Holy motherfucker. Oh, I know. Holy. Oh, fuck me. Why is there so many criminals here? Can the police do something instead of being a bunch of bitch ass? What would you... Oh, I thought you were stealing like a milk industry. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? What I'm gonna build. Okay, the thunderstorm is done. Okay, let's open the video again.
Into a huge song and dance, and they want to do everything possible to avoid a negative situation with their life here that you have now thrust upon them for your own, you know, TikTok or YouTube short. I think it sucks. I think it is sucked from the very beginning.
I don't like that the portion sizes at Chipotle have shrunk, obviously. But what I would never do is blame the workers for it. They're not making the corporate decisions for the portion sizing or anything like that. And if you do get less than you want, you can politely ask if you can have like another scoop or something. Like, that's just normal socialization 101. You don't have to resort to the nuclear option here.
And that ain't no issue. Anybody in here can get it. Straight up. You can call the police. I ain't break no law. Wait, what? Whoa, why you lying like police?
This guy's fuming so hard that he immediately gave himself amnesia and forgot that he just threatened the entire restaurant. She said, all right, I'm gonna call the police because you're threatening people. He's like, you're fucking lying? Who did that? Where? When did that happen? You're telling a fib. That's a tall tale. And I don't appreciate it, Buster. Even though literally 5 seconds ago, he just threatened the entire restaurant for some reason. He's just having a full-blown voice-cracking conniption here in front of the entire Chipotle for this trend. And I still don't even know what there is to be mad about. He got big portions on his bowl. Mission accomplished. And he successfully made everyone in that restaurant's day a little bit worse. Yippee. Wahoo. That's great. So yeah, overall, I think that this filming Chipotle workers trend is garbage. I think it is just trash. I could bring up countless other examples because it's become such a viral hit here, but they're all so annoying. They're not nearly as bad as this one. This one is by far the worst I have seen so far. The only ones that I somewhat appreciate are the ones where the Chipotle worker gives them significantly less food because they're filming. I fuck with that. I think that's great. That should be the gold standard going forward here. You come in and you start filming the workers, well, I hope you enjoy 5 tiddlywinks of rice and 1 little glob of chicken. And that's it. Put a smile on your face and get the fuck out. But anyway, yeah. Don't like the trend. Hopefully the trend is over soon. That's about it. So yeah. Tai Lopez is arguably the most iconic scammer in YouTube history. He's the mastermind behind the classic "here in my garage, just bought this Lamborghini" clip. Throughout the years, no name has commanded less respect than Tai Lopez. He is just a clown people shoot spitballs at. He is just like the communal piñata that people used to love to take shots at, like a little punching bag. And it was always good fun because he's a piece of shit. He is literally a scammer. And not many people know this, but he's actually still around. This cockroach has persisted and he still posts videos and still tries to sell courses and seminars. So I wanted to take a look at one of his more recent ones, a tour of his $100 million mansion. Except it's not his mansion, he's leasing it. And he's not trying to hide that fact either. He wears it proudly on his sleeve and spends 17 minutes coping trying to convince his audience that leasing a $100 million property is actually a galaxy brain, Giga Chad financial decision, and tries to convince them that leasing is better than buying in a lot of cases. It is unbelievable delusion.
So, let me give you the reasons why I just leased this $100 million house in Beverly Hills. Why would I lease this for a year? Is that crazy?
It's beyond crazy. It's plain brain dead. This is plus
Holy
ultra moron shit here. Leasing a $100 million property, and trying to posture it as a good thing and a smart financial decision, that is baffling. Now I know Tai Lopez is just a complete fake person. Like, he even moves around like an NPC out of GTA, like some kind of character you'd find on the street that's like falling over or getting bullied by someone. But like this, it's become his whole persona. You know, I'm oiled up in my garage, rubbing my wiener on my Lamborghini, you know, that kind of thing, like flexing these wealthy things. But this is so unbelievable to me, where he's trying to position a lease on a $100 million property as a good thing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what Felix Dennis, he had the 3 F's rule. If it flies, floats, or lease it, don't buy it.
A mansion does none of those things, except fuck you in the face. Like, I understand that this is all for show. I think there's a very real chance he's not even leasing this property, and I'll get into that in a moment. As he's doing the walkthrough, this place is more barren and empty than my fucking 16th birthday party. Like, I don't think he even leased it. I think he asked the realtor if he can just film a video in there so he could promote his seminars. The only reason he's at this property and making this video is to try and push gullible fools into purchasing his courses and attending his seminars and that kind of fucking nonsense, just to keep exploiting people.
But that's not the real reason. I'm gonna give you the reasons why I would do something crazy, because we live in a world, it's like if you lease a Lamborghini, people think, oh, this person's dumb, or they're trying to pretend, or if they lease a house, you know, this isn't an Airbnb, this is a long-term lease. People are like, oh, and I'm going, no, use your brain. They don't teach us in school financial literacy.
It's not financial literacy, it's substantial idiocy. If you used your brain for even a second, just had one neuron activation moment, you would recognize how stupid this whole thing is.
I buy farmland. I own farms. This is number one. There are things you should buy and things you should lease.
Ty loves to go on and on about the farms that he owns, and I'm confident he's never stepped foot on them for even a second past the initial handshake of purchasing it. If that's even a true story, it's impossible to know with Ty Lopez, but if he did own farms, you bet your sweet Bippy he'd say, ew, yucky, smelly animals, and run away. To tie it all back to Ty's 10 commandments here of leasing, I'm going to go ahead and poke some holes into that theory here. There are things you should buy, and there are things you should lease in some cases. You know what one thing you should never lease is? A $100 million mansion, no matter how well off you are. I don't even understand this from a conceptual standpoint, because this just looks pathetic. It looks weak. And I feel even the most brainwashed of suckers would see that too. Like, let's say I'm someone susceptible to Ty Lopez's manipulation. And I'm like, Ty Lopez, he's got all the secrets to wealth. If I follow him, I'll be a multimillionaire too. And then I watch this video, I would look at Ty Lopez like a little fucking vermin for it. Because this is him paying a richer man to film content in that house. This isn't his house. He's very open about leasing this. He is paying someone more wealthy and more successful than him to ask him if he can kind of stay there while filming YouTube videos. Like, that's not a financial guru, that's a bitch.
What I also like about this house, and reason number two, is a lease for tax purposes and deductions. If you've got a big wing of business like I do, you get better tax deductions on a lease versus a purchase. I use this little thing to separate. Actually, let's go this way first.
I love that he has the business wing sectioned off here. Why? What's happening over there? Is that where the owner is and he's fucking your girlfriend, Ty? Like, I don't understand. Who in their own home would be like quarantining the business wing? That'd be like me setting up an obstacle course to get into my office here. That's where I do the high level stuff. So naturally I've got it blockaded.
Yeah, it's a sitting room, but I'm gonna put in grand piano. I like to play the piano.
You runny-nosed little worm, why are you lying to me? I know you're not putting a grand piano in there.
Number three is flexibility. Next reason is charity.
Yes, charity. Nothing says helping the community quite like living in a $100 million mansion that you're leasing. He's doing it for the people at the end of the day. He's not selfish. He's leasing this property because he's uplifting those around him, helping everyone that he can through this. And he stays flexible, of course. He's not married to this home. If he wants to, he can go get a $200 million lease on my fucking butthole. He's got so many options.
Never just live for yourself. I call it the 50-50 rule. You should spend 50% of your life living for yourself and your family and people who depend on you, but 50% live for the good of others. So this house is amazing. I already did a big event, a charity pool party. You know, this backyard will hold 800 people, and I sold tables, and all the profit from the little tables in the back went to charity. So you can do good with a big house.
Might actually be one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard for why some narcissistic loser would lease a $100 million property. Well, actually, there's so much good you can do with a big house like this. I threw a pool party and I sold tables. I don't know what that means, full disclosure. I don't know what that... You sold tables? Is that like code for baby oil? Is this like a freak off or something? Like, I don't know what he's saying with that, but whatever. I sold tables and I gave money to charity.
Okay, you could also just give the money to charity without leasing a $100 million home. Like, that home didn't help you do any of that. It doesn't make any sense what you're trying to say here. I also love how he tries to get really philosophical, like he's a man's man, you gotta live for yourself sometimes, but then live for others, like your family. Speaking of family, Ty, where's your wife and kids? You're pushing 50 and you still don't have a family, man. You're still on this stupid fucking grind set mentality, trying to scam people through dog shit YouTube videos and seminars like this.
Next reason to lease versus buy is maintenance responsibility. You know how expensive this house is to maintain? So I love the fact that it's like you're not responsible really for the maintenance if you negotiate your lease right.
Another great reason to lease versus buy is I'm too fucking lazy to do any of it myself, so I'll put that responsibility on the person that I'm leasing from. Yeah. Cool flex, Ty. I can't be bothered to do anything except sit here and make YouTube shorts promoting nonsense to fools. So I'll let someone else take care of like the actual stuff.
Pool, I like swimming is underrated, man. Jogging's hard on the joints. Swimming, there's a certain magic. You look at those people like the Maoris, like The Rock, people from the South Pacific are in some of the best shape historically, the people who swam a lot. So I love swimming. I don't know why we still have all the ropes up, but I like to do my workouts outside when I can.
What the fuck are you yapping about, man? What? Just say you like to swim. I don't know why he's going into this whole spiel about it. I don't think he swims, for what it's worth. I just don't believe anything that ever comes out of Tai Lopez's mouth, to be honest with you. I bet he hasn't even dipped his toes into that pool, because it might be a little too chilly or something. But, like, I don't even understand why he's even going on about this. And then he says, I like to do my workouts outside, and there's like 5 dumbbells there that go up to like maybe 20 pounds. Getting a real big pump out there, huh, Ty? He is making this shit up on the spot. Like I said, I don't think he actually even leases this place. I think a realtor just granted him permission to come through while it was being cleaned for a serious buyer. Because he's just walking through, like, pointing at shit and going on these completely nonsensical tangents. Yeah, I like to do my workouts outside, which is why all those heavy dumbbells are over there. A lot of ropes around here from last night's hootenanny. Yeah, we had a big shindig last night. I don't know why the ropes are still up.
Another reason, it's a great opportunity to test a place. So if you negotiate a lease correctly, you can a lot of times put that you have first option to buy. So it's a great way. This is the guest house here in the pool. I got friends that stay here. My mom, when she comes to visit, she likes to stay close but be a little bit separate, so she stays here in the pool house.
Yeah, you get to guinea pig the house for a little bit, do a bit of beta testing. Yeah, there's a pool house. I kind of confine my mom to these quarters when she's around here. She loves to come over, and I have so many friends. You guys know how many friends I have. I have lots and lots of friends, and sometimes they'll stay here too when my mom's not, taking up the joint, you know what I mean? So, yeah, also, like, he's just going around making up stories for shit. He is just spitballing lore for things that he sees, like a game of I Spy.
This is where we had the tables for the charity thing. It was pretty cool. We had the DJ over there. So this room, I'm turning, Anton's here, CEO here. He's getting some work done, but this is becoming the game room.
Is Anton even alive over there? It looks like he's out cold. You should be going over there to check for a pulse, brother. Man looks like he overdosed on chill pills. I also just don't even think Tai Lopez knows who that is. His name's probably not even Anton. He probably just pulled that out of his ass. Maybe he is the CEO of something. I don't have a clue, but to me it just really feels like there's some random people in this house and Tai Lopez is scrambling to try and explain why they're there. Like, oh hey, it's Jericho, hey, up top. Yeah. Good game last night. Yeah, Jericho was at the charity function last night. He donated $5 million to the charity we were partying for, and then I think he ended up having like a threesome or something. But anyway, it's great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah. Oh, yep. Nope. Another charity event next week. That's right. Can't wait. Anyway, this is gonna be the game room. Gonna be a lot of games in this room.
Super Bowl, you can open this to outside. You got your own bar here, which is kind of cool. But now I want to go back to one of the points of leasing versus buying.
I wish Anton had just shot up after hearing that. Like, what the fuck? Benefits of leasing versus buying? Are you out of your mind? Are you off your gourd? I also can't help but just appreciate that Ty Lopez talks about like the bar over there and then like slowly walks over there, fee-fi fo-fums, just to spank it for no reason, just to slap it.
A reason that I like to do a $100 million huge house is it's easier to clearly delineate what's personal and what's business. I section it off.
What the hell is even that? One of the biggest benefits to a big house in Ty Lopez's eyes is his ability to effectively section off what's business and what's personal. Do you not have object permanence? Are you 5 years old? Man thinks if he's not in his office, it just disappears. So he has to set up these blockers to remind him, like, office on that side, that's where business is. You can't just be an adult and know that your office is where your business shit is. Everything else is your personal shit. Like, what? How dumb are you?
Change your life right here. I'm loading all my books in. I have other homes, so I'm trying to decide, do I want to buy all new books because this place got such a good library, or do I want to ship books? I have more books in boxes on one of my farms. Okay, here, as I said, one of the advantages of leasing versus buying is the business element of it. Here, this house has a ballroom. I have a lot of my C-suite, not all my employees, but I have like the leaders come.
I fail to see how that's an advantage of leasing versus buying, because you could still get that same effect through buying. If you own the house, you could still have them in that same ballroom, like your little fucking personal sweatshop here. Like, it's not like leasing helped you do that better or gave you the ability to do that, whereas buying wouldn't.
Rick Field here, one of the chief branding officers, the world's largest monitor. But yeah, this is a cool place. It's got very finely crafted kind of all of this work that they did is pretty incredible.
One thing I find very interesting is Ty Lopez walks around this house like a fucking ghost. Everyone around him treats him as if he's invisible. So he's like directly talking about Rick Field, who's in earshot. Like, he is right next to him. Ty's breathing down his shoulder. Rick doesn't even give him the time of day, doesn't look at him. Anton, another example, never even acknowledges Ty Lopez's presence, doesn't even look up at him. Neither does anyone in that room. I don't think they know Ty. I really don't.
Very important. Heidi keeps a lot of my books. Here, tú puedes poner esto on mí. The books I read, I stick in my office, so I put them all here. Esto no. I read this one. I like to go to sleep by reading 3 or 4 books. If you ain't sleeping well, don't be scrolling on your phone. Read.
Turns out Ty actually had some surprise books upstairs that he hadn't fully loaded into his shelves down there. So the books on the shelves, those are the ones that he reads. The ones upstairs, that's a totally different set of books. So he starts fishing through there. This book, and this book, and this book, and then just hands it to Heidi. And then he says he reads 3 to 4 books before going to bed. Impossible? You don't do that? I know you don't. What do you mean you read 3 to 4 books? Like maybe picture books or something where you flip through Green Eggs and Ham, perhaps, but you're not reading full books every night before bed. No shot. That's not happening.
I haven't fully even, I don't spend all my time here. California is not my main home, it's somewhere else, and I also live in Europe part-time. So another reason to lease, why leased versus purchase, is I like to have multiple homes. And I feel like when you own something, you see it as your nest egg and you literally don't travel as much. I know that's psychological, but it's true.
I just cannot believe that he's saying these things on camera to his audience, because it is so clear to anybody watching this how full of shit this man is. So you're telling me you lease tons of homes apparently and live a lot of different places. You're leasing a $100 million home despite not really spending that much time here. Why? Why lease a $100 million home then? You are actually just flushing money down the shitter. The reason you'd buy multiple homes if you've reached like an absurd level of wealth is you're building equity. Like, you're building things. Like, you are able to make money off those investments long term. Here, you are actually just burning money. So you're bad with money is what you're admitting to here, Ty. I cannot believe that he's not able to process that.
I've got a big party coming up. By the way, I'm doing these mansion seminars in the ballroom, and I do these charity parties. So I'll put a link in the description if you want to see the calendar of the upcoming stuff.
Gorsh. Absolutely, Ty. Sign me up. Parties, mansion seminars, and a leased $100 million property. I can't wait to be taught by the master.
This place, they used to use it for like big charity events. Brad Pitt had an event here. It's pretty cool. But, you know, a lot of times if you do it right, another thing I like is you can lease homes that will never come up for sale. It's kind of cool because sometimes people don't want to sell the whole home. So for me, life is about adventure. I'm not number one, my core drive is not material things. So like I said, I like to buy farmland. Farmland's been the best risk-adjusted return. You know, I'd rather own farms that have a productive use than just homes or mansions.
Ty's serving up a full course of the Yappy meal here on the world's slowest elevator. Why does it take so long to go 2 floors? This elevator sucks. Is there just like a couple people with like a rope slowly letting it down as Ty gets in it? How is it that slow? Jesus. And anyway, whatever he's talking about in there is fucking stupid in the first place, saying how his number one motivator is not material things. Meanwhile, his whole persona is material things and presenting material things, flexing material things, and convincing his audience that they should and can get those material things through following him. You're just so full of barnacles, Ty, it's crazy.
I don't know where we are. That goes back up. And this is you could fit up to 20 cars in the garage, but my friend's staying here and just one little Lambo. I'm trying to decide if I want to get a Phantom Rolls Royce with a driver.
That's so badass, Ty. He can't decide if he wants the Phantom or the Rolls Royce with the driver. He just has so many complex decisions. I say, why not both? You got plenty of dough lying around, right? Look at you, Ty. Just get both. You've earned it, man. You've earned it. I also love it. He's like, yeah, I don't really know where we are. Of course you don't. Of course you don't know where you are, Ty. Because I don't think you actually lease this place. You just come in here because you know the realtor and he'd let you come in here and just take a fucking tour through it while presenting as if it's yours so you could sell some fools on your fucking courses to make money off of them.
But I use this a lot. It's got a really good sound system, beautiful chairs. I had the first night I moved in, like 5 friends, and we all, what do we watch? The Bourne Experiment, and it was like everybody fell asleep in the chairs. Everybody's snoring. Guys' night, everybody's sitting there snoring.
No, they didn't. You made that up. Of all the things that have never happened, that's definitely one of them. Well, like, you couldn't even think of an accurate Bourne title. There is no Bourne Experiment, goober. Like, he's just making shit up. And the amount of times he references his friends truly convinces me that he has no one in his life that's close to him. Nobody at all. Yeah, so I had, like, my friends, you know, they were here. We watched a movie. And then everyone fell asleep. They were, like, snoring and shit. And then, you know, like my friends, they came up to me and said, thank you so much, Ty, for letting us stay here. You're such a good guy. And thank you, Ty, for making us millions of dollars. And then everyone clapped.
The next reason to buy is adventure. I'm an adventure guy. People always ask me, Ty, why are you still doing business? You know, I could have retired and had enough recurring revenue probably in like 2007 or 8. You know, why didn't I? I like adventure.
Of course. No, absolutely, Ty. He's just a real adventurous soul. And he doesn't like to be tied down by like a family or anything. He likes to do it alone. He prefers to be alone. It's his choice.
Don't be afraid to lease. As I told you at the beginning, what Felix Dennis said about the 3 Fs. So don't listen. People are financially illiterate. They're like, oh, if you didn't buy it, that's something wrong. Do the cost-benefit analysis. Sometimes it makes sense to buy. Sometimes it makes sense to lease. If you know you want to be there for a long time, like farms for me.
Not a single convincing argument in favor of leasing over buying presented throughout this entire video. Because bare necessities. The core is that it's stupid to lease a $100 million mansion under any circumstances. It's a terrible idea. And he's trying so hard to spin it as like an alpha gigabrain financial guru maneuver. It's not, Ty. It's not. He then goes on to promote his seminars once more to try and get people through the door with their wallets out and piggy banks emptied. So just classic Ty Lopez shit, really. I wanted to make fun of it. That's about it. See ya.
Today we're breaking down the Hawk Tua scam, exactly how it happened, and I'm gonna confront the people behind it. Well, I did last night, and let me just say, it didn't go very well.
Happy to answer any
I have questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey guys.
What CopyZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
Profiting from the rug pull, I think it's relevant.
We didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled a rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not gonna let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
Yeah, these people were completely unhinged, unwilling to take any accountability, and we'll talk more to them in a second, but I want to break down the Hawk Tua scam. I think people are confused with this kind of stuff. I want to start with the big tweet that kind of set it all off. That would be this by Bubble Maps, which showed 96% of the supply was controlled by the team and was being sent out to a bunch of smaller wallets. The implication being that some of them might be dumping on you. Pretty quickly, the Hawk Tua girl came in to copy and paste what her team told her to say, which said, team hasn't sold one token and not one key opinion leader was given one free token. We tried to stop snipers as best we could through high fees at the start of the launch. And so you see their awful tokenomics here. Along with this response, the team hasn't sold one token, and then they post, obviously, a screenshot of a lot of sells from insiders who did not have to pay. You can see on the bot side, there's nothing, and then on the sold side, they're making a lot of money. So how did you get free tokens? Well, you were an insider, right? And I just want to show you exactly how the Hawk Tua team is sort of lying by omission here when they say the team hasn't sold one token. And that's because they pre-sold the tokens, guys. They sold them to a bunch of investors with a pre-sale, and then those people were unlocked immediately upon launch. So you can see that with her tokenomics here. It says Haley's locked for 12 months, but you can see the strategic allocation is fully unlocked immediately on token generation event. Now, I spoke to some people who bought into this pre-sale. They say they got in at $16.69 million total valuation, which means that if they sold out the whole 17%, you're looking at about $2.8 million raised by pre-selling these tokens. So it is essentially a lie to say her team didn't sell tokens. Well, they pre-sold them, and then those investors dumped on your fans. That's the problem. Because Bubble Map says we found 285 investors join the Hawk pre-sale. That's about what I saw as well. 89 wallets sold 100% on launch. 47 sold over 50%. Anyway, you can see in total, $3.3 million were sold. Again, as you'll see, on mostly Haley Welsh's fans, or Hawk Tua Girl's fans. And I know what you're thinking. Who falls for this? Well, unfortunately, with situations like this, they're not targeting crypto bros. They're mostly targeting, like, actual fans who've never been involved in, the crypto space before. They don't know any better, and you're gonna hear the guy behind a lot of this say that explicitly.
These are people that are outside of crypto that we're going to be onboarding, and they don't give a shit. They don't even know what a market cap is. They just go, oh, cool, free coin. Now I get to join the community. Cool, done.
Not only did they say it, they sold it in a pitch deck. You can see the Hawk deck here. Massive onboarding event. Hawk will onboard normies. So that's why I just don't buy this thought of, oh, well, if you bought this, you deserve to get scammed. Okay, fine. But a lot of the people who bought it had never bought crypto before. They were targeting those people. They said as much in our call. Now, the other part of this scam that I really need to break down because people don't understand it exactly is the fee scam, okay? When this launched, they had 15% fees on trading. They said that this was to stop snipers. But basically what this means, and because the team now blames snipers for a lot of this rug pull, but what it means is they benefited the entire way. You can see in 24 hours, they made almost $2 million from this fee. Meanwhile, on Deck Screener, you can see the sniper, which is the #1 trader on this coin. They made about $1.3 million in their total profits and loss. So they actually made less in total profits, this sniper that ruined the project, than the team made on fees. I, of course, asked who benefited. Did Hawk to a Girl make the money? Who made the money in this whole thing? And they essentially dodged the question. Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making fees?
So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora Pools, and that goes to yes, the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that own? Who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
I'm just trying to figure out who owns it.
You know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? You know, this is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation.
Brother, who profited?
The fuck is that? Is that a meteor? What did I miss? Where's their butthole in the fucking... Okay, that's kind of scary though. Oh my god. Are you serious? That's actually scary. What the fuck?
Over $1 million was just made.
A foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
You heard him right. Who cares where millions of dollars went? Supposedly, they have 18 people working on the Hawk to a meme token. So, I don't know if that's true, but that's at least what they're claiming. Now, the last thing I need to say before we jump into this context that you need is that there are 4 groups to look out for here. 1, you have Hawk to a Girl, who is promoting this thing. 2, you have this guy, Doc Hollywood, who is like Howie Mandel's son-in-law or something like that. Like, he's this guy who has some connections in Hollywood, and he seems to be the guy connecting Hawk to a Girl with crypto, and he said he was teaching her a meme coin class, okay? And he goes unhinged on her call. 3, you have the guys running the crypto token. And 4, you have the insiders who paid money to get early access to this coin and then are rug pulling a lot of Haley Welch's fans. What you want to make of that, who you exactly want to assign blame to, is up to you. A lot of people are saying, oh, she didn't know any better. She's getting taken advantage of. Maybe, or maybe she's making a ton of money. Talking about Hawk to a Girl. So, with that said, I just want to show you the call last night, that is what I knew going into this call, and you'll see my questions target some of these different aspects of what I believe to be a scam in this call. And the last thing I have to say is that when they did do this call, they monologued for like 12 to 15 minutes before they let anyone up. So I was extremely frustrated by the time I got up. I think you'll hear a little bit of that in my voice. Not only that, this Doc Hollywood guy called people mentally ill. He said that people should be thanking him or kissing his butt, basically, for doing this for them, as if he's doing them a favor. Basically, generally berating the people who had maybe lost money in this. And so, quite frustrating to go into. And, well, anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to f you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this. Not this. We did not spend 6, 7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different. Not dumping on you. Not bundle snipe. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, you guys, I'm gonna say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill. And I'm gonna count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now. We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token. And you guys should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope.
Yeah, so that's how all of this started. I had watched as people got wrecked on chain, and then I go here in the actual space that's supposed to address everything, a guy berating everyone, calling them mentally ill and telling them they should be thanking him. And that's what led to sort of my attitude when I went up on stage. Also, Twitter Spaces is horrible for doing this kind of work. I normally wouldn't choose it, but all these guys seem to love Twitter Spaces. I don't know why. The problem is people filibuster. So I know I interrupted a lot. That's because you can't let these people go run off on like 10-hour explanations, which they will do if you let them. So, yeah, anyway, here's when I got up on the space.
Be happy to answer any
I have
questions.
questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey, guys.
What CoffeeZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No, that's not true.
That is true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could answer that.
you know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens
CoffeeZilla,
going directly from the main account,
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
and then it's getting sold for 50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for 50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now, we had...
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet, you've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much
sale.
did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that
Selling
we
out
made.
your fans. So
over
other
here,
people
can
can
you give
dump on your fans.
Hold on, Coffeezilla, take a chill pill, brother.
Yeah, so
Y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pulled, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's
and
not
dumped
just
it.
snipers.
That was not us. That was
You know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
Coffeezilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug pull?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself, right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of dollars in fees from the rug.
Day 2, day 3. You know, this is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. And first of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited? Over $1 million was just made.
I'm telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, Coffeezilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Well, when you're charging 15%,
it goes to accounts. It goes to directors.
You're charging 15% on the rug pull, and you're profiting from the rug pull.
There's no rug pull because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled the rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character. It's bullshit.
You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, you're not. You're talking over me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day 1 from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam. And I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
So who pays you, Coffeezilla? Let's.
Ooh, turn it around. Turn it around. Turn it around. Nobody's here for me. Everyone's here for you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day 1 so people could dump on Haley Welch's fans? And how involved was she really? And how much money is she making from all this? What's her cut? I just got muted. So yeah, that was the conversation. Obviously, I got a little heated there towards the end because, I don't know, there was something about this guy berating people who had lost money and insisting that what was so transparently true about the fees being made, about who's benefiting from the pre-sale, just dodging all of that, it gets me so bothered. I guess it shouldn't at this point.
But, you know, what can I say? I'm only human. I will go ahead and highlight there were two other moments. FaZe Banks got up and called these guys out, which is funny.
This 100% was a mismanaged, mislaunched, like, this is, took what CoffeeZilla said, I would label this a scam as well. It's pretty obvious. Like CoffeeZilla brought up, 97% of the token was bundled into the same cluster. And in layman's terms, that just basically means 90%. 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were like,
No, that's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, yes, it is true.
False.
Yes, no, it's 100% true.
And then also Nick O'Neill, who is another crypto Twitter guy, he got up there and he asked them basically what I did, because they wouldn't let me back up on the space. And he said, where's the money going to? And then Hawk to a girl, decided it was time for bed, and that was the end of the space.
So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual, like,
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. I guess we're talking over here.
Can you imagine being asked questions about a scam, and in the middle of the questioning you go, yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the bed, you know? Gotta wake up bright and early for tomorrow. That is just wild. These people are not serious, or at least it doesn't appear that they're taking it very seriously. I think it's concerning when you have a project which, they can say whatever they want about their 18 employees and all the, hundreds of thousands they supposedly paid to set up these, like, Cayman Island corps to do it the right way. But at the end of the day, when you make millions of dollars on launch, where does that come from? When your insiders sell $3 million, where does that come from? Maybe the normies that you were targeting to get in? That is my problem. That is my issue, and that's why I came at them so hard. And that's basically it. I think Haley Welsh, or Hawk to a Girl, to whatever extent she was involved is still unclear, or was unclear until her transactional entertainment lawyer contacted me. I'm just editing this live, guys. He contacted me and said he wants to have a offline convo. I said I can't do that. This is a live story. If she wants to comment on the story or shed light on how much she's been paid, kindly respond. I'll put up all these screenshots. They say she was paid in advance from a company to handle the token marketing dev launch of $125,000. That's the only money she's seen to date. If you have any specific questions, happy to answer. I said, what company was she paid by? What's the agreement? Did she see a cut of the pre-sale or fees from the liquidity pool? The best thing for my story is to get a copy of the agreement, of course. Christian replies, she was supposed to get 50% of net proceeds after payments of costs to third parties. Is that the 18 employees or whatever they have? I don't know. I don't know what costs they have, but 50% is a lot. They were supposed to be mutually approved between her and the company. All decisions regarding to allocation were supposed to be mutually approved. Those decisions haven't been made at this point. The goal would be to salvage the token for the holders and her true fans and do right by the community. That's not going to happen. I can't provide the actual contract, as you can imagine, but I'm happy to continue to be responsive. Your spaces and comments have been helpful, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate what you... Okay, we all know. They always say that, by the way. This guy does not appreciate what I do, I don't think. An entertainment lawyer appreciating somebody talking about somebody, I don't think that's true. Look, the big deal, what he said, is 50% net proceeds. That's a lot, actually. Now, again, 18 employees working on the Hawk to a coin. I don't know how much they're going to end up seeing at the end of the day, but it's going to be real money. The question about, like, salvage the coin, want to salvage the coin. Guys, the problem is you sold millions of dollars of pre-sale tokens, and they're still out there. There's still people with these coins who are waiting to sell. So the second you go and salvage it for the fans, you're kind of dooming them again. So the best situation is just people, well, I don't really know. I don't like to give advice in situations like this. It's like asking someone how to clean up a car crash. It's like, well, ideally, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, can't give too much advice there. The situation's horrible as it is. I appreciate them actually responding, though, but she is actually making a lot of money off of this, and I do actually think that's a problem. So, I don't know. I think this whole situation is terrible, and she should feel bad. I hope she does, really, because she got in bed with these people who clearly saw dollar signs. She saw dollar signs, and they did this, and people have been hurt. So, yeah, that's basically it. Oh, one more message from Hawk's lawyer. This guy keeps messaging me. He says, this was not a speculative opportunity for her. She truly didn't intend to fleece fans. She genuinely wanted to make this a community token of fans and onboard Web 2 to Web 3 and be a long-term face.
Today I confronted Boogie2988 on a crypto pump and dump he did where he got paid $10,000 to promote a coin, and he said that he thought that just because he said, hey, don't buy this unless you're rich, that nobody was going to put their money in. A few hours later, $3 million worth of trading volume had been done, and I tried to tell him and explain to him that that's how these deals work. Insiders pay you, the celebrity, to go ahead and promote something. They paid him $10,000, and then people end up buying the coin. It doesn't matter what you say. The whole point is they're renting your likeness, renting your image in order to do that. He then told me, well, you know, basically he's paying for cancer, so he can't pay that money back. It's all spent, money's gone. And I tried to get to the bottom of why he did it, why I think that he didn't actually care whether it was a scam or not, because he actually came to me ahead of time. It was a really weird story where he came to my DMs before he fully launched the coin. He had just done an announcement tweet saying, hey, you know, at pump.fun, which is the platform he was launching on. And then he said to me, hey, I got a question for you, something like that. And I said, I looked at his Twitter profile and I said, don't do what I think you're about to do. And he said, oh, it's too late. Like, I already spent the money, hospital bills and stuff. So I thought it was really weird.
All
like,
right.
why would you come to the guy who busts scams if you thought it was all on the up and up? Because that's what he tries to say is, no, if I had only known, if I'd only seen ahead of time what this was, I wouldn't have done it. Very strange story, though. I want you to hear from Boogie2988 himself, though, about this. Decide what you think. In general, I think it's fine to say people should not be investing in memes. I just think it's also obvious that marketers wouldn't pay people if people didn't fall for this stuff. Ultimately, they are scamming your fans. They get in on the coin early. They sell as your fans pile in. I hope we can continue to expose celebrities who do this, such as Boogie. Desperate or not, it's not okay. There are other ways to make money. And yeah, here's the call we had. Boogie, it looks like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump. What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called pump.fun. What are you talking about?
I never knew who pump.fun was until today.
Well, that's what you tweeted. That's what you tweeted. You said, oh, we're going to break.
I learned about it today, so I also tweeted about it today. Try to find a time I tweeted about it before today. You won't, because I just found out that I didn't know who this company is or these people I'm working with, other than they referred to me by Afroman's manager.
Right, but you said before you posted the pump and dump, you said we're going to crush the internet, pump.fun. You didn't realize at that point you're doing a pump and dump, that you're getting paid by insiders to do this?
Well, not really, because again, if you watch the video that I launched this with, the entire video, the entire bit, the entire joke is I lost all of my money in crypto.
But I'm here to tell you the truth and the hacks to help you break free from the Matrix so you can...
What are you talking about? Oh my fucking god, no! No! No, I beg you, wait! Oh, what the fuck, that's big. That's ginormous. Do something!
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
That's so cute. That is so cute. What the fuck? Holy shit, they actually trying to save people. Oh shit. That is so cool. What the fuck? What is... Oh, it rebuilt itself! What the fuck? Yo! That is so cool. What the fuck? Is it gonna cost me money to rebuild it? Oh yeah, it cost me like 50% of the price.
Be a brokey like me. True happiness comes from a goldfish, from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Here's my shit coin. If you want to be broke too, buy my shit coin. That's what I say in my tweets.
What's the joke about you getting paid to do this, though? And asking people to invest in this coin? I mean, what's the joke exactly? You know people are going to invest. That's why you're getting paid. You know that.
I thought people would buy one coin to come onto the server and hang out and fuck around. That's what I thought. That's my understanding, and that was the point. You know, when they were pitching this to me, they're like, don't be like Logan Paul. Don't be these other people. We want you active in the community. We want you to talk. We want you to be there. This is your community. Be part of it. And so it seems very easy for me to do this with another company to collect.
You were asking people to invest in a financial product, not just a community, right? You understand that. This is not like, hey, pay $1 and you get access to my community. People think that they're going to make money. That is why there's $3 million of trading volume on this little shitcoin that you just promoted.
Well, I told them they won't make money. I literally told you you'll go broke buying this coin.
You can't think
in the tweets and in the videos. I said, don't buy this coin. You'll go broke. If you want to be broke like me, buy this coin.
There's literally no way you believe you're going to get paid $10,000 for something, and those people aren't expecting a greater return on their investment. This is how meme coins work.
Their money back, but I mean, there are plenty of companies that I've worked with that are just there to get their name out, and they're glad to make their money back or even spend money to get name recognition. I can name a dozen.
These people are spending money to get pump.fun meme coin name recognition?
I presume.
Let me explain how this works, Boogie. Let me explain how this works. Pump.fun is a place where a lot of things happen, but celebrities will launch meme coins. How it works is insiders pay them for their brand to juice it for all it's worth. They buy in early. They have the influencer promote it. The price jumps up because no matter what the influencer says, the attention gets people to put money in the stupid project. No matter how much you tell them, oh, it's a meme, guys. It's just a joke. It's just a fun little joke. They're going to put their money in because they like you. And they're going to get rugged. They're going to get destroyed by the insiders who got in early on the coin. They have all the advantage because they got in early. All your fans have the disadvantage because they got in late. These coins always spike at the beginning. They always die. You think you're going to be around this community for a long time. You're not. Within 6 months, this thing is going to be dead.
I mean, if the community is dead, I won't have anybody to talk to.
Exactly.
So
there it is.
Left the server, but if there's people to talk to, I'll talk to them. Why wouldn't I?
Because you got paid up front.
Sure.
Okay.
Brother, I don't know if you understand what my life is like right now, but I have so much free time that I spend a lot of it on my Discord now because I'm just bored out of my mind. I don't have places to go. I don't have money to spend. I'm literally just fighting for my life over here, and a lot of that involves staying home, spending my money where it needs to be spent, and trying to just not stress myself out to make my polycythemia vera anymore.
How much did you get paid for this total?
I was given $5,000 up front with a promise of $5,000 on the back end after a week of coming on the Telegram, doing some live streams, doing some tweets about it, and all along the ways talking about how it's a shit coin that'll make you go broke.
You know why they tell you to do it for a week, right? That's how much time they need to get out of the coin. They're going to slowly drain the coin as people buy in. They're going to use whatever's worth of your name to dump on your fans. You know that.
Well, if you're telling me that, I believe you.
That's how meme coins work. I told you in DMs not to do this. You came to me because you were about to launch this coin.
It was launched. You told me after my first tweet. I literally said to you, the question before that was like, hey man, can we talk real quick? You said, don't do it. I said, I have some questions. And you said, don't do it. But at that point today, it was already too late. The first tweet was out. And
no. There was no contract. There was no video out.
The money's already spent. It's at Mercy Hospital right now. It's gone. I used it to pay debts. I used it to pay medical debts. So
you didn't have to tweet that tweet. You didn't have to tweet it out. You said you did the pre-announcement hype thing, and then you sent me a message asking me, oh, I've got some questions. I immediately tell you don't do it. Then you don't listen to me. You say it's too late. I cast the check. Need it for medical bills. Isn't it just a shit coin, a meme? No one's actually going to buy the thing. And then $3 million worth of trading volume happened.
Yeah, I was not expecting that, obviously.
You know who was expecting that? The people who paid you.
I obviously don't want anybody to lose money. I thought there was going to be some trading. I thought people would buy enough coins to join the community and come and fuck around and have fun. I thought they might spend a little bit of money like they do on Cameo or Patreon or OnlyFans to have some personal interaction. That's what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting anybody to think they're going to make money from this, especially because I specifically told them, you will not make money from this.
Don't you think it's kind of gross, given that you know firsthand, almost better than anyone, the damage that speculative investments can do, that you would then make money from a speculative investment like this?
I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything.
Right, that's why I'm telling people don't make a speculative investment here, because I lost my ass. Like, if you watch the video, hopefully you'll include it in your video, parts of it. But in the video, I talk about how broke I am, how I lost my money in crypto. I talk about, if you want to be broke like me, join my community. And
right, you're doing a satire of Andrew Tate's crypto coin. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Where, okay.
Whereas he's saying join it, make money. I'm saying join it, lose money.
And you think that's okay to then financially tie money for yourself where you could hurt your audience? Do you think that's fine as long as you say, oh, join it and you could lose some money? Even though you know with your following, people are going to invest in that.
I mean, I'm steadfast in this. Yes, I believe that if I got paid to tell you don't buy something, I'll gladly take that money. If I get paid to tell you this might be dangerous for you, invest smartly, yes, I think I would love to get paid. I'd love to be paid to be an example of somebody who lost their ass in crypto and to teach people that very important lesson. I think it's a very good lesson to learn.
You think making people lose money, that's a good lesson?
No, I wanted to keep them from doing that. I wanted to get the message out to make sure they didn't. That's the point. I thought it would go viral as a meme coin, as a joke, as a comedy bit. I thought that it would make people laugh. I thought people...
An investment is never a comedy. Like, people who are trying to tie comedy to investments, it's hilarious.
Make an investment. I didn't expect anybody to make a large investment. Why would they? I told them not to.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you this. When were you paid the $5,000?
5 days ago?
5 days ago.
Less than a week.
Were you paid in cash or were you paid in, like, crypto?
Cash, obviously, yeah.
Okay. And you're being...
I hold none of... as far as I know, it's my understanding I hold none of this coins. I don't have any coins in my wallet. It's my understanding they've set aside 2% for me, but I don't have a way to receive that. So I don't know what good that does me. And 2% of nothing I thought was nothing anyway, so who cares?
No, but now the coin is... your coin that you told no one to buy is being bought, unsurprisingly. And now it is worth something. Are you then going to sell that too? If you get a hold of it, are you going to sell it?
No, I will not sell... I won't be able to get a hold of it. I don't have a wallet.
Well, they can just sell it for you. They can just make money for you. Are you going to take it?
If I'm being genuine with you, and I do want to be genuine with you and the rest of the internet, I'm in pretty dire need of money. I have a lot of medical bills, and I'm fighting cancer, and I very much like not to you know, fuck around with my healthcare too much, but that's something I would genuinely have to consider. And I know that from watching your videos in the past, if I say maybe here, a lot of people are going to take that as a no, and it might end up being a no. So I may as well give you a hard no here, because I very, very much need the money. I'm on $1,800 for the medications right now. I need the money to pay for that. I have a $2,000 a month mortgage. I genuinely would like very much to keep my home. I'd very much like, but I don't want to do it at the price of ripping anybody off. And
that is kind of what's happened here a little bit, though. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, you've informed me of that, and I am very sorry for that. I hope people listened. I hope people heard what I had to say. I hope people remembered, like, you're buying into a community that's there to make fun of me for losing my ass. That's the entire point of the community. You're supposed to, as a crypto bro, come in and maybe you throw me a bone because you know I have medical bills and shit to pay. But that's for millionaires. I want multi-millionaires who make more
They're
money.
really not throwing you a bone, though. They're throwing the people who paid you a bone. Like, the people who are investing in this coin are enriching not you the most, but the people who paid you. And that's the whole grift. It's like people are getting celebrities to rent out their reputations to milk them for all they're worth.
But you're describing, I charge for memberships on YouTube. YouTube takes half. You're talking about a grift that every company does on the entire internet. I didn't think it would be an unfair percentage. Otherwise I wouldn't have signed up for it.
No, I'm talking about a pump and dump, because this is not some kind of like obvious, oh, this is a membership. This is to make money, right? That's what meme coins are about, making money.
Well, I accept the fact that you're telling me I'm ripping people off, and I accept that might very well be true, and I don't mean to be. And it was not my intention. My intention was to be a spectacle, as I've always chosen to be on YouTube, for people to look and laugh and realize that I'm the fat, dumb idiot that lost his money in crypto, to drive home the point that crypto is not a smart or safe investment, and you have to be very careful with your money. I said that in the video. I've said that on the Telegram. I said it on Twitter, and I'll say it again here. And I genuinely do not think anybody would think...
This isn't some grand point. You're just making 10K. This is just you making 10K.
I think you can do both. I think you can make a point and get paid to do it. I think you can do both. Are you getting paid from this video? Will you be making a point in this video?
Am I going to be selling a product? Am I going to be selling a crypto token? No.
I don't know. Will it have an advertisement? I don't know. I don't know how you run your channel these days. I haven't seen you in a while.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you're running ads on this, and I don't know if you have a sponsor, but you might.
Do you think that's the same thing as a selling a financial product?
I thought it was going into it. I'm now beginning to believe that you're correct, and it's not.
Okay, now that if you start to believe that I'm correct, are you willing to try to avoid the damage you might do to people by, 1, not selling your tokens, and 2, maybe giving back the back half of, you said the first half is spent. I don't know if that's true. I'm just trusting you here. But actually giving back the $5K you're going to be making back to the community, locking it, making sure that people aren't going to get hurt further?
No, I'm going to pay my medical bills next month with that last half, and I'm sorry to anybody that's disappointed with that. I have an $1,100 medication plus a $300 medication. I get a bunch of I'm going to buy medicine with it, man. And if people are disappointed with that, I fully understand that. It's a shitty thing to do, and I'm a shitty person for doing it. You can have that opinion, and I'm okay with it. That said, about burning the coins, it's something I'll have to seriously consider. My immediate answer is, I'll need to survey the damage. I'll need to understand what people have lost. I'll need to understand how much good burning those coins will do, and if it's going to make a genuine impact, I think I'd consider making the sacrifice. Yes, I think I would make the sacrifice if I thought it was going to make a genuine impact.
I don't believe you. I think you're going to try to get as much money out of this as you can.
Well, if it's probably the last thing I'll get to do, and I bet after this video is live, I don't think a lot of people are going to trust me moving forward. That might be the smart move, but I'm still going to consider it though.
Well, you did just sell out your community, and your answer is sort of like, oh, I have bills. But look, everyone's got bills. You have medical bills. That's horrible, obviously. You know, I wish you the best, but is there not any other way to make money than launching meme coins?
Well, I'm currently selling every collectible I own to try to keep my head above water. I'm making YouTube videos as much as I can, but I make $20 a YouTube video if I'm lucky, because my channel is completely demonetized. I have my podcast, and I'm working as hard at the podcast as they'll let me, but there's only so much we can do there, and it's bringing in $2,000 a month. So collectively, I'm bringing in about $3,500 a month. Without medical bills, I need about $6,000 to survive. With medical bills, I need close to 8 or 9, and I've run out of savings. So I'm selling everything I can to just try to keep my head above water here. And I think it might go. I know we made a big joke out of it on the documentary that I filmed last year, but the reality of it is I'm very sick, and it's very difficult to get work. I took this opportunity because I thought it was a fair one. If it's not, then I'm an asshole.
Why? Okay, let me ask you this. If every other opportunity in your life is not paying a ton of money, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a crypto token wants to pay you $10,000, you think that's suddenly going to be a fair thing? I mean, everyone knows, like, everything's about risk, reward. The shadiest people pay the most money. Why did you think that was, oh, that's going to be fine?
Because in my experiences, a lot of these crypto bros are multi-millionaires. To them, $10,000 is a blink of an eye. They could burn $10,000 on their front lawn.
No, they're paying it to make money from your fan base.
I thought it was as a dream. I thought it was as a joke. I thought it was a bit.
The joke is they're getting rich or what?
Do a bit. Do what?
The joke is they're getting rich or what?
I hope they're not getting rich, because I sure is shitting from it. I hope nobody's losing money, and I hope they're not taking it. I hope nobody's taking money from this. I hope nobody loses money.
Well, that's impossible when you have $3 million in trading volume. It's just impossible that no one's lost money here.
As I told you, my friend, I did not expect anything like that. I certainly didn't.
I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you before you made that post announcing the actual coin.
I mean, you told me 5 minutes before I made it, yeah. But I appreciate that. Thank you. You tried, and I appreciate it.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. How do we stop influencers from doing this, Boogie? Everyone's taking these deals. Everybody wants to get rich, and they don't care if their fans suffer. Well, I mean, what do you think we can do? Just tell me. What can I do to educate people? Because this is like a Sisyphusian battle. Every day it's someone else selling out. What can I do? How can I educate people?
Had someone give me a moment to think about it. I'm sure this will be edited a little bit. I hope, because I'm going to need a pause here if that's okay. So I really want to think it through. You need to get the message out that there is no such thing as a safe promotion for this, that there is no such thing as people not losing money. If you're telling me everyone's losing money on this guaranteed, then I needed to have the understanding that no matter what I did, all I was doing was stealing from somebody. I didn't think that. I didn't understand that. You're telling me that now, and I'll never do anything like this again. I'll do my due diligence here. I do have some integrity, and I'm going to do the work that I'm paid to do. But after that, I'll never do this again, because you are telling me the only outcome is that people get ripped off. If I had that understanding going into this, I would not have done it.
Okay, thanks, Boogie. I appreciate it. I hope you get better. I hope you get better with your sickness. And
yeah, it's cancer, man. People don't generally get better. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Welcome back to The Void. Today I've been exposed by a former fake guru, along with the help of Spencer Cornelia of all people. This is by someone named Noir Trades, who I called out 3 years ago. He's now released a video thinking that with CoffeeZilla I wouldn't have time to expose him, but little did he know The Void is super petty. We'll cover anything on this channel. Old CoffeeZilla, I had too much work to do, I had too many big investigations. Voidzilla, I'll respond. You know, he thought he was going to get away with this. He's not. But let's hear him out.
One of the big parts of the CoffeeZilla video that I thought was really interesting, and it made you look really bad, and it definitely looked compelling that you were a fraud, is that you got asked a question about, if you were so successful trading, why would you teach others? And you stumbled on your words, you didn't look good, and so I was wondering, just looking back on it, what's your perspective now?
So this video was originally meant for Spencer's channel. That's why he ended up visiting me in Miami. But after finding out that I was fully legit and what we were about, he decided it wouldn't do too well on his channel. And that's what you could see from this comment on his Instagram.
Decided not to release it. Videos with legit gurus. Whoa. Bomb on my channel. Now I reached out to Spencer, figure out what was going on, you know. He sent me a response, so we'll play that by the end of the video. But for now, I want to sort of go through this, right? First of all, who is Noir Trades? Well, you can see in this video where 3 years ago, oh man, that was that was a lifetime ago. I called this guy out because he went on this channel called Loft. He paid $4,000 to get interviewed by this guy Loft, and he ends up getting made fun of in the interview. Because basically he's asked, you know, if you're trading, why do you have to sell a course if you're so rich? He says that he's this multi-millionaire trader, and he doesn't have a good answer to that. And the big things I want to emphasize is that Noir Trades has been caught stealing ideas from other gurus. His story makes no sense. His whole thing is, I went from $20,000 to like millions of dollars in, I think, 6 months. I mean, ridiculous. When he's like 18 years old. In fact, here's where he says this. 18-year-old turns $20,000 into $2 million in 6 months. And basically that Loft interview was basically a puff piece, but it accidentally made him look bad. That was what the whole video was about. It was very funny. And then we covered the allegations that not only is all these day traders, all these 19-year-old day traders, they're all faking it. But not only that, this guy even got caught stealing signals from another person. He went into this guy's Discord chat when he was supposedly already this established trader, and he basically copied the trades, which is obviously something you wouldn't do if you were fully legit. But now with that context out of the way of what my video said, let's see what this video is all about.
My entry is going to be about 420.20, guys. I'm in these. A little early, but I like the weakness. Oh, there it goes. Wow. Oh my God. Very nice.
So I guess this is supposed to be some live trading of Noir. Let's get to the actual interview part, because Spencer's going to show up. Let's see what he says.
Florida. This guy got exposed by CoffeeZilla a couple years ago, and I'm just going to show up and ask him some questions. I don't know much about him, but there's always two sides of the story, and I want to hear his side. I think this will be interesting.
I think it's going to be interesting too. Are you going to ask him some hard questions, Spencer? That's the question.
You're going to enjoy this one. Here we go, everyone. I think I have a few good questions to ask. We'll see how he answers them. We'll see if he's telling me the truth.
Okay, I'm a little... So number one, I'm a little bit skeptical of guys being like, I'll see if he's telling the truth, if you're not going to press him. So the big thing we're looking for is, does Spencer press this guy, or does he just take all what he says to be true just off rep?
What's up, man? Thanks so much for having me, dude.
Of course,
Spencer.
nice to meet you.
Yeah, let's go on inside. So where are we at right now?
A house in Miami where I flew out 5 random students to just, transform their lives, have fun, and just see how my daily life goes.
All right, man, I'm out here because CoffeeZilla, a good friend of mine, made a video about you a couple years ago. And so I'm wondering, what was your first reaction to that video?
I mean, as soon as I saw it, it was just, the title just pulled me into it. I was a little confused of where he was going with that, so...
It's pretty clear where I was going with it, Noir. I think you're a fraud. I think you're a fake guru.
I ended up taking a quick watch of that. I looked at it and just said, it's just another one of those videos. And then I let it go. And then I looked at it maybe like 2 months later and it had like over 1 million views.
What do you think the response was? Did you have students that were upset, or did you see like a loss of business at all from it?
Students weren't upset because they knew who I was as a trader. But as far as loss of business, it actually multiplied my business. It actually probably 10x my business.
This is the biggest cope they all say, but I'm always happy when they say it because I think, okay, you can't sue me now. You have to prove damages. So if I 10x your business, which you say, which I never believe, it's like, okay, well, now you can't come after me. So we're going to, bit by bit, pick apart Noir's case with Spencer. I've already watched this. It's a pretty favorable interview where basically the conclusion is Noir Trades is legit. So we're going to talk about all of that. Let's get more into this video. Already, though, the coping is real. In fact, the reason he puts my name in the little title is because he wants to rank with my video about him. So you already know it's a cope, because that's like literally why this video was made. Spencer Cornelia exposes Noir Trades CoffeeZilla. He wants that to rank when you look up Noir Trades CoffeeZilla.
Because of that.
That's fascinating. Yeah, and so I think from the outside, being under the assumption that day traders don't make money, I've always thought most of them were frauds online. And so I was wondering, like, what type of proof did you have, or that you could show him that maybe you actually turned 20K into 2 million or whatever?
So no, he never took the time to actually look into any proof. He just wanted the views for his channel. But if you go to my channel, I live record my logins, and I'm actually one of the only traders that do that. I only know one other trader that does that. No screenshots, no screen recordings, literally from the phone to the screen showing me live logging in from the login button.
Yeah, I've seen these. He actually doesn't live stream it. He records himself and then posts that to YouTube. I think he does this on Instagram as well, but he always hides the account. He always hides what's going on. And by the way, all of this stuff is fakeable. The whole thing, guys, you have to understand. Fakeable. You have to ask, does it make sense that a day trader would be giving away their strategy if they were making tons of money? Does it make sense that an 18-year-old made $2 million from $20,000 and then decides to sell a course when he's 18 years old? What does he know? In fact, Noir Trade says his whole origin story is he was an intern on Wall Street, which we'll hear about, and then goes and flips. So that's 16. By 18, he's made $2 million trading. I don't think so. I'm calling BS on that. So this whole proof, he says, is just him logging into an account where you can't even see the account number, and then it just saying he has money in it, which he could have gotten from the students who pay him $300,000 a month for this garbage.
And then going into my documents and showing my P&L for the year.
One of the big parts of the CoffeeZilla video that I thought was really interesting, and it made you look really bad, and it definitely looked compelling that you were a fraud, is that you got asked a question about, if you were so successful trading, why would you teach others? And you stumbled on your words, you didn't look good, and so I was wondering, just looking back on it, what's your perspective now?
So there's two things with that. One of them is, with that interview, you watched the CoffeeZilla version. You didn't watch the actual interview where I actually didn't stumble. The second thing is, between every...
No, you did stumble. In fact, it was so funny that the guy you paid $4,000 to puts it at the beginning of the video because you look idiotic. Hold on, so he's saying that I edited him. To be clear, this is what I watched. This is Loft's video.
This guy is a scammer. He only came to this interview to advertise his scam. Do not join his Discord.
By the way, how pissed would you be if you paid $4,000 and they start the video by calling you a scammer and making you look stupid? I would be furious.
This guy makes money off people, not off stocks.
I actually just posted.
What's your response to that?
I mean, people. So look.
When's market off?
So that was his edit. He made you look bad, okay? Don't blame it on me. Anyway, I just had to say that because this guy multiple times implies that I just wanted views, I just wanted clicks, I just didn't do my homework. So wait a second, that wasn't me. But anyway, let's continue.
Every interview and podcast, people who get interviewed know that they have to let you know the questions beforehand, or they have to ask you at the end of the video whether those questions are okay or not with you to be posted. And I've approved those questions, and I even came up with a couple of those questions with him.
We're out here with the... Okay, that's another part I wanted to talk about real quick. So Noir Trade says, you know, if I had looked bad, why would I approve these questions? I had to approve these questions because I paid for this. I found this surprising, and I didn't believe it for a second. So I asked Loft, I emailed Loft, and I said, hey, is it true that basically he approved all these questions, everything was like this scripted interview? And to my surprise, let me give credit where credit is due, Andrew Hales came back. I think that is true for the most part. I didn't ask him anything he wasn't okay with, and he approved the final draft before I uploaded, which I think is super sketchy. He paid $4K to do the interview, and I was pretty desperate, lol, even though I knew I'd lose some respect from my audience. He might have had some questions ready for me, but I can't remember. I'm not opposed to that kind of thing if it helps the interview be more successful. Anyways, I was kind of like, wow. Actually, I was shocked that Loft conducts his interviews that way. I mean, thanks for fact-checking that. And I guess that part is true. Which makes me more confused because why would you approve a podcast that made you look that bad? Like, that starts with calling you a scammer and you not having a good response for that off rip. So I was pretty surprised by that, but that checks out. And it made me wonder, guys, have I gotten it all wrong? Is he about to own me in this interview? Does he have the facts on his side? Let's find out.
A lot of your students, they've traded for like 30 minutes too, and I talked to a couple of them. They made pretty good money in 30 minutes.
I don't even remember what I just said.
Hold on, we need context for this. Did he just say, I watched your students trade for 30 minutes and then just stop?
And I even came up with a couple of those questions with him.
Hold on.
We're out here with a lot of your students. They've traded for like 30 minutes too, and I talked to
Wait, did Noir trade? You just watched him for 30 minutes?
a couple of them. They made pretty good money in 30 minutes.
I don't even remember what I just said.
You just made 1,100. Are you going to keep trading for the day?
No.
So you only traded for about, I mean, we're probably 10 minutes into the trading for the day. We've already done?
Yep. Just like that.
What? What? Wait, what?
No.
So you only traded for about, I mean, we're probably 10 minutes into the trading for the day. We've already done?
Yep. Just like that.
Why so short? It seems like you'd be trading all day.
Yeah, why so short? If you're making so much money, why stop your trading? If you could just print money, if you have a money printing strategy, why trade for 30 minutes a day? Why not trade for a whole day and then you have enough money for like a month or a year? That's really sketchy. So they invite over Spencer and they trade for like 5 minutes. Like, oops, I'm in profit, bro. Check it out. I'm in profit. And then, okay, what does he say? I want to know what he says.
Only trade for a short amount of time?
So yeah, I mean, I only trade on average maybe 30 minutes to an hour, as long as my level is there. But sometimes it just takes a couple hours for, you know, my level to develop.
And what are these guys doing in the back? Is this the trading boot camp? Is part of the trading boot camp that you all take off your shirts and go into the backyard and lift?
My audience is going to see this and go, we still don't believe in a day trader, a stock trader. And the fact that you're making a lot of money brings up red flags to a lot of people. So I was wondering what you could share with my audience about how you can assess if someone is real or fake.
By the way, it's a classic mistake to ask a fake guru how to assess a fake guru. What do you think? They're going to describe themselves? Like, don't trust people in yellow shirts. No, they're going to be like, okay, here we go. All successful traders, they trade for 30 minutes a day. They find their level.
So, I mean, if you can't assess through me, you assess through the people around me. So I flew out 5 random students just to transform their lives.
Bro, is this Gold's Gym or is it a trading boot camp? I would be furious if this guy flew me out to teach me to trade stocks and we all traded for 5 minutes and they're like, all right, great, let's hit the gym. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Financially, spiritually, mentally, and you could see from his account in the morning, full screen, you could see how much he made this morning, and it's just cool to see people around me make money rather than me, because I can tell you all day how much I make. I can live log in, people will still deny it, but then when you see someone that's 20 years old or someone that's 21 make money, that's a whole different story.
When you were on Fresh and Fit podcast,
To be clear, so far, as I understand it, we've gotten 10 minutes of trading proof. The proof is Spencer Cornelia showed up. They have this gang of guys. They all trade for 5 minutes, and they go, see, we're 100% legit. Well, why did you trade longer? Bro, I just got to hit my level, bro. I just got to hit my level. This is wild. And we're going to get into the accusations in a second, because the accusations, the big ones, haven't been answered at all so far. But hopefully Spencer's going to bring that up.
as you mentioned something about being a trader on Wall Street.
Correct.
What firm? I know some people might ask, like, what firm or what company did you work for?
So this is at the age of 16. I was on Wall Street. The place that I worked at was PMF.
Got it.
It was in the Trump building.
Yeah, because his video was really compelling, and I didn't know much about you. That's why I'm out here. And so you apparently have been trading for many years, and you've been profitable for how many of those?
Oh, by the way, this whole idea of, I don't want to let this point go. The whole idea of I interned at Wall Street when I was 16, I don't know if that's true, for one, but it doesn't mean anything. I interned with like this chemistry professor when I was in high school. I had this weird job where I did that. I wouldn't call myself a chemist. I wouldn't a year later be like, I discovered the secret of synthesizing methamphetamine. No, I wouldn't do that. That's so silly. So I actually found an article where it says he was just doing clerical work on Wall Street. This is from his own Instagram. It says he was doing mostly clerical work. So he went from that, he did some clerical work, to making $2 million 2 years later? I don't think so. I mean, what did you do? Start with $3 million first? How did you do it?
Out of what?
Since you started.
It's been 7 years. I've been profitable since the beginning.
Also, huge red flag. The idea of, I've just always been profitable. Everybody knows there's a million studies out there. Most day traders, over 90%, lose money. It's glorified gambling for a lot of these people. And so when you hear someone saying, like, I have a system and I want to sell it to you, they're going to defraud you. It's all this big scam of trying to teach you. If they had something real to teach, they would keep it for themselves if it really made them this kind of money. It's the most obvious grift in the world.
Right. I actually was talking with this, I was talking with a buddy about this on how, like, you can actually scam for like 6 months to a year, maybe max, like on social media. If you're a real fraud, you can probably make $1 million or $2 million, but at some point, that I found, at some point, you're going to get found out. You're going to have a lot of students that are upset. Students are going to send me, by the way, no student has come to me with like, hey, this guy's a fraud, I've lost money with him. That's why I'm...
What does this mean? And what are you talking about? He goes, you can only grift for so long on social media, otherwise you're going to get found out. Bro, he was found out in my video. Literally, we showed how he's stealing other Signal groups' chats and then just puts him in his little tip line, his little Discord Signal group. So I don't know what you mean you would get found. He has been found out. And I don't know if you would have been sent something by his students, because have you made a video previously about him? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, is this not the first video you've done? Maybe I'm confused about this, but I don't think saying nobody's personally reached out to me, so what? I don't understand the logic here.
I'm out here with you because if someone was a fraud, I'd probably have been like, hey man, what's the deal here? But no one has. But if you were scamming, I think at some point a lot of people would have come to me and be like, hey man, you got to make a video on this guy.
Yeah, I love that question, because when people talk online about other traders, I just tell them, just wait a year. And I tell them, let's see where they are in a year. Because I've been here, like I said, for 7+ years. I've
making $300,000 a month with your little group, okay?
seen hundreds of people come and then go. So all you have to do is wait a year or two and they're gone.
Do you think a year is a pretty good timeline for if someone's a fraud that you'll know within a year?
I would say a year or two. Like Zach Morris took about 2 years.
In the CoffeeZilla video, there was a clip that he used from Loft where you didn't really look good, and he seemed to stumble you a little bit. He asked, if you're so good at trading, why do you sell a course or sell a Discord? And at the moment, you kind of stumbled over your words. It didn't make you look good. I also saw that as it's possible that maybe you just didn't have a good answer at the moment. So I was wondering if I don't know. What do you think was a good answer to that?
So the big problem with that is you only watch the Loft interview.
So I think Spencer's being so overly charitable to this guy. In that interview, he was a 19-year-old millionaire selling a course. It doesn't take a genius to kind of figure out what's going on with this guy's story. He says he's going to say that, like, I edited the Loft video, which I already showed you I didn't. But now I want to go to the part of the interview where this guy just starts blatantly lying again, and address that. And my problem with this whole interview with Spencer is he just doesn't push back hardly at all to any of this guy's claims. And so he lets the guy get away with a lot of nonsense under the guise of, I'm here to expose him. But it hasn't really, the research hasn't really been done to expose him, because you're falling for these basic lines that aren't true and are provably not true. Here's that right now.
A big part of CoffeeZilla video was talking about the sales page that you had of my story of turning a little money into a lot of money.
Yes.
Is that no longer active?
I never had that funnel page. I did have a funnel page, but that wasn't it. So.
Oh, really? Interesting. This is the big lie in this video, among other things. As I said, the sales page I'm talking about is right here. This is the funnel we talked about in the video. This guy's claiming that this never existed, or at least he didn't create it.
CoffeeZilla was getting that information from other places.
So that wasn't a funnel into the Discord at the time?
That wasn't my actual website. My website is stockhours.com. He was on a whole separate, because people were making fake Instagram accounts about me back then.
That wasn't your sales page?
No.
Okay, Spencer, you gotta call him out on this, bud. He's going, oh, it's a fake page. CoffeeZilla got it wrong. It's not really my page. Fake Instagram pages. We'll get into that. But look at this. There's no pushback. There's no, nobody reached out to me, asked me where I got that. They're just saying this.
Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah.
Because I think that was the center point of the video.
Yeah.
So that was not your page?
No.
It was.
Oh,
that page is, I actually tried to go on that page and it wasn't there. So I'm not sure if he made that either he got that information from someone, or he edited that and put that in the video.
Oh, hey guys, I invented it. Maybe I invented that page, that web page, which is claiming that he did this thing and made this money. I'm going to show you where it is. But just look at Spencer's face while he's being told this. I mean, look at his face. There's no pushback. It's just, oh, okay, I guess that's a fact now. I'm bothered by this. Because I feel like, dude, at least ask me about it.
Page?
No.
Oh.
Look at...
Oh,
that page is, I actually tried to go on that page and it wasn't there. So I'm not sure if he made that either he got that information from someone, or he edited that and put that in the video. I'm not sure what went there, but I tried to go on the website myself and I couldn't find it.
Oh, that threw me off.
Yeah.
I thought it was your sales page.
No.
I thought you had a whole funnel.
I wish that moment was to reach out to text me and say, hey, where'd you get this from? None of that. And that wasn't the center point of the video either, but I'm going to show you where it's from. This is the funnel page that I talked about, and it's from noirtrades.com/page. You can see from the archive, this is back in July 7th, 2019. It says 19-year-old Noir Ada turns 20K into $2 million in 1 year. And then when you go to his website, look at what he said. In 2018, he said, check it out at noirtrades.com. This is the verified Noir Trades account. Now the website goes to stockhoursllc.com. But at the time, it went to noirtrades.com. And there it is in black and white, this sales page that he says I made up, that I invented, that never existed. I just can't believe this guy so blatantly lied about something that he knew was on a website of his.
That wasn't a funnel into the Discord at the time?
That wasn't my actual website. My website is stockhours.com. He was on a whole separate, because people were making fake Instagram accounts about me back then.
That wasn't...
It wasn't no fake Instagram account. But look, that wasn't even my main point, though. I mean, I'm surprised. Both of them seem to not be addressing the elephant in the room, which the main point of the entire video is how he stole. It's the climax of the story, which is that Noir Trades, this 19-year-old millionaire, 18-year-old millionaire, whatever you want to call him, was caught stealing someone else's signals. In fact, you can find that here at this Instagram page that showed it. Basically, Noor Atta in 2019, now remember, this is during the time he says he's already a millionaire, got caught taking a guy's course. He went by Stock Hunter, and this guy's website essentially gave out stock tips. So what this guy decided to do, he decided to put watermarks in his stock screenshots, stock tip screenshots, and he found out that Noor Atta was just stealing his screenshots and posting them to his own chat. So this website exposes it all, and not only that, Noir Trades also got caught in his terms of conditions of his website. He accidentally, when he copied the terms and conditions from this guy's page, Stock Hunter Trading, and he accidentally left in, I don't know if you can see it, Stock Hunter Trading here reserves the right to update and change the terms and conditions. So he just stole this guy's whole thing. And it wasn't from some professional account either. You might think Stock Hunter Trading was some respected member of the Wall Street gang, but this is Stock Hunter Trading right here in that website. So this is who Noir Trades is stealing his ideas from after the time period where he supposedly was an expert trader, right? He's already selling a course. He's an expert at the time when he's stealing advice from this guy. None of this is in the video that Spencer shot that ultimately didn't end up on his channel, that ended up on Noir Trades' channel. Now, of course, I wanted to ask Spencer about this and understand more of where he came from. I think he told me that, I think he asked that question actually about the stealing the signals, and I don't think it made it into the cut. I think Noir Trades might have edited it out. I don't know. But let's finish this video real quick and get to Spencer's response.
Got it. Okay. It's very easy to sit in your studio and make videos about others when you don't know their full story. And so I've done that for a couple years now. And I'm just trying a new style of actually going to talk to people in person, hearing their story. What you don't see with these videos, I know I get a lot of criticism for these, is that you don't see that I hang with them all day. I ask for all the proof. I'm not gonna sit here and show you his phone. I'm showing all the statements he shows with me. And so when I make these videos, I go and hang with them. I wanna hear the full story, which I...
Hey, just an idea here. If what you're saying is behind the scenes, he's showing you all this proof, maybe you should show us that part. Why show us the students lifting weights? You know, that doesn't tell us anything. Show us the screenshots of the proof. What is this thing? I don't think this is a very effective way to prove whether somebody is a fake guru or not, is to go to them and go, hey, what's a fake guru? And then go to them and be like, hey, are you legit? And go to them and say, let me watch you trade for 10 minutes. I don't think it's that effective of a way, especially if the core inconsistencies that have been pointed out in the past are never answered or lied about. But without further ado, I want to go ahead and get this response from Spencer. I reached out to him and I said the following. I said, did you film that Noir Trades video? I want to know if he's the filmer, Noir Trades filmed it. Why didn't you release it? And do you think he's legit? Here's what he said.
I filmed it last summer because I had wanted to switch, make a hard pivot into more long-form content. I thought it would be really interesting to sit down with people who had exposed videos made on them just to hear their perspective. Why didn't you release it? I realized pretty quickly that my audience didn't care for this kind of content, and I released a couple videos and decided not to release his. There was one element that had me a little worried, which is he claims to own and live in this mansion in LA. I did not find any proof that he owned it. He was going to send me the deed, to which he never did. That could be miscommunication, I don't know, but upon further research, it didn't seem that he owned it. That had me a little hesitant because if he was willing to lie about that fact, which doesn't really have any effect on his brand of day trading, I was a little concerned that there could be other things he was lying about. The question, do you think he's legit? I think he's legit based on everything I saw. I saw accounts, I saw his students who were making money. They claimed they were with him for a couple years. They showed their accounts.
No.
They preached about how successful he was as a trader and in turn made them as successful as a trader. My buddy who was with me was looking for my blind spots, and we didn't find anything to indicate he wasn't legit as a trader.
You've got to be more skeptical of these people. So yeah, that's his explanation. Basically, the only catch he found him in was that he didn't own the LA mansion or whatever, Miami, whatever it was, that place he was staying. which I'm not surprised Spencer found that part out, because I think he's like that. Real estate is kind of his thing. I think I would argue, though, that that's the reason that if you're not like really into stock trading, or you haven't seen day traders before and you haven't talked about a lot of day traders, you're not necessarily going to be able to find out what makes them legit or not. Anyway, I think the idea of a 20-year-old day trader millionaire is absurd on its face. And when they're selling a course, it's not absurd. It's just, you know what they're doing. They're faking it so they can sell a course. So I think this idea of like, oh, I will just assume this guy is legit unless I catch him in the act, when all you're going to see is 10 minutes of trading. I don't know how much trading he actually saw. They say in the video it's 10 minutes. Maybe it was more. He says he saw statements. I don't know how much he saw. But I think that's absurd that you think you're going to be able to catch them, and you should assume they're innocent and like legit when you have them on the record lying about other things.
I should add that the only real way to know if someone is legit or not is to see tax returns, which I have not seen.
I would say that these like people who go investigate people's lives like in person, if you're gonna do that type of content, just make sure that you're able to sniff out when you're being thrown BS. Make sure you actually pose hard questions, because now what I have to do is defend this ridiculous like piece that Noir Trades has put on his channel, where he's using an exposed YouTuber to basically promote his brand, when it is obvious with a little bit of Googling that he's lying at multiple parts in this interview. So all in all, I don't think that's ultimately a good look for Spencer. I don't think it's a good look for Noir Trades, because he didn't think I was going to do this video. He thought CoffeeZilla, you know, they don't do videos about fake gurus anymore, but he was wrong. And I'm here to expose this man for the garbage that he's peddling. You guys are paying him $300,000 a month for signals that could be coming from anywhere. They could be stolen. I also just wanted to say really quick that Spencer has done videos in the past that I've really enjoyed on his main channel. Usually it's when he doesn't go see the people in person. I think he's able to look at these things a little more objectively. I think when it comes to people that he sees in person or he's friends with, I think there's like a bit of a smoke screen that gets created, and he can't really, I think it's a little tougher for him to see through it. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, he makes good videos when he's not meeting these people. I think all of a sudden when Spencer meets them, I don't know what happens. I mean, there's nothing else I can say other than that. I don't really know. It's kind of awkward for me to make this video because Spencer and I text here and there, we talk. But you make a video like this, what am I supposed to do? I gotta talk about it, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Anyway, sorry, I wanted to put that quick part in as an aside to make it not seem like I'm just like dumping on this guy that does similar videos to me, but this video did not do it for me at all. At all. So yeah, that's basically it. Let me just close it out with the clip that started it all.
This guy is a scammer. He only came to this interview to advertise his scam. Do not join his Discord. This guy makes money off people, not off stocks.
I actually just posted...
What's your response to that?
I mean, people... So, look.
Ah! Ah! What the fuck?
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and every website is tracking you, ladies and gentlemen. Now of course by the title of this video that definitely might come across as not a shock to most people who follow my channel for security, privacy related stuff. Now of course one specific product known as DuckDuckGo, which effectively advertises itself on privacy focused, was exposed by being friendly with one large tech company. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start this video off by what I mean that you get tracked, okay? Now, of course, on a day-to-day basis, everything that we ever do on the internet, every website we go to, every, website we interact with, every website we sign in for, is always tracking us. But even websites we don't want to track us constantly still track us. For instance, you might be like, I don't like Google, okay? All right, I got 2 fingers up in the air for Google, okay? Hey, I don't like Facebook. I got 2 fingers up in the air for Facebook too. Same for Microsoft, same for anything. But even if you don't directly go to that service, like if you don't go to www.facebook.com or Instagram.com, WhatsApp.com, you may think that, hey, Facebook can't track me, but you're wrong. Because regardless of if you go to a website or not, there are still various trackers that exist from various different companies and groups out there that are still monitoring you on websites that you wouldn't believe are actually owned by them. Well, they're not owned by them, they just have trackers that exist on various points of the internet to constantly trace every aspect of you. Now, why is it that somebody wants to track you, for instance? Well, the simple reason is they just want to track you to have the information on you. You are nothing but a data point. One day you evolve to a fingerprint, and once you have a profile of you that's constantly recognized from website to website, you join a giant pool of data that effectively is used to advertise better to you, to track what you're doing, to see what your consumer habits are like. This is why when you think to yourself, hey, I was talking about tacos one day, and all of a sudden your YouTube videos, the entire recommendations may be filled with tacos. You might get advertisements for taco places. To understand how that works, you could go on any other point. You could go on Amazon, for instance, and type that you wanted a specific video game, right? Like Borderlands. And then all of a sudden you go to another site that's not owned by Amazon, or maybe YouTube or something, and they'll recognize that, hey, you were looking for Borderlands. Here's some ads for you, right? These things might seem creepy at first, but it's not magic. This is what happens when you have cross-site tracking on a daily basis. So to understand how tracking works, we have to think about actual trackers. So trackers come in various shapes and forms. Obviously, some of you know what a cookie is, which is one of the most common ways that anybody can track you. Cookies are effectively tiny pieces of data that's saved onto your browser by actual websites. Every time you go to a website, cookies from that website could be stored on your device. Now, while these cookies are sitting over there tracking and keeping tiny pieces of, stored information on your system, there's also things like super cookies, which basically are devices that are permanently stored on your system out there, okay? These are rougher to detect, and a lot of these contain things like your personal information, things like what your browsing behaviors and your preferences are like. Some of these can also track how much time you are putting on the internet. So for instance, hey, this person, when you go on the internet, the super cookie might tag you as somebody that browses the internet at like 5 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock at night. Maybe you come home from work and you're browsing, the internet. This information itself is incredibly important to advertisers or whatnot, to know exactly what time to start hitting you. Again, all these things combine together to create a profile of you. Various data points exist to profile you as a person. You know that shit in Watch Dogs where you can profile actual human beings? And while that's a fictional video game, an element of that exists in day-to-day life. And one of the things you definitely want to get into is unique identifier device headers, which basically are super cookies injected directly from your ISP provider. Now, if you ever get this, you're basically fucked unless they have an opt-out program. And to be honest with you, alright, even when they get fined in some cases, it's really a $1.35 million fine, as evidenced back in 2016 with the FCC and Verizon Wireless. Now, of course, $1.35 million, I don't have to remind you, is like pennies to a company as big as Verizon. But of course, super cookies are something that if you actually care about, trying to remove them can involve different processes for different types of cookies in this situation. And of course, if you ever again get those ISP level super cookies, getting rid of them is nearly impossible, okay? Unless you're somehow inside the actual internet service provider, which, there's really no 100% legal way for you to do. So the only way to bypass them is if you get through like a VPN, try to really anonymize your traffic. Again, if you really care about your privacy and tracking, you really have to think about not just the websites you go to, but who the fuck you service your internet from anyways. Because chances are, in most cases, they'll absolutely be tracking you as well. If they can, they will do it. What's even more scarier are the little invisible elements on a web page that you go to. Various tracking scripts could exist on these entire situations. Pixel trackers embedded clearly onto these web pages that basically run and capture a lot of your device's specifications. But when it gets really really scary is when you elevate to fingerprint scripting. Now, if you don't know fingerprint scripting, effectively they scrape all the data they can from your juicy little web browser. They scrape what type of browser you're using, the exact version of your browser, your device's operating system, Windows, Mac, Linux, BSD, whatever. They check your screen resolution, your CPU, possibly even your GPU, even up to the installed fonts you have on your system. And of course, when you have all these data points, it creates a fingerprint of your browser. See, companies don't have to know if you're browsing it by name. What they can do is if Facebook has your browser fingerprint and it basically knows what resolution of computer, like what resolution your screen is, what the CPU is, how many cores your CPU has, all of these tiny features. If it sees in its own network that all of a sudden that exact same browser fingerprint just showed on a different site, then maybe there's a very good chance that it's the exact same person. They don't have to know you by name. They just have to know you by your fingerprint. And sometimes that tells all. Even if you go, but Muda, I use Do Not Track on my browser. Congratulations, you put a fancy little bow on yourself that said, please don't track me. And that is itself its own little fingerprint. I don't use these features because I'd rather be the absolute normal looking Andy in all the browsing frameworks, in all the fingerprint scripts, versus somebody that sets himself super far apart. Now you might be like, oh, Muda, of course everyone spies on me, but what do I do? What are the options? Listen, like computer security, computer privacy is its own fighting battle, okay? It's really like a cat and mouse little battle you have to do all the time. You have to keep on top of a lot of things if you value your security and privacy. You might be like, but Muda, I got nothing to hide. Well then, why don't you leave your door unlocked? Why don't you leave your car unlocked? Why don't you leave your bathroom unlocked so everyone can look into it? Oh no? No, that's not cool? Okay, well, I guess you got things to hide then, right? Everyone's got a reason to keep their privacy intact. And in a digital age, your privacy is getting razor thin by the day. The margins between what everybody can see, people who you don't want looking into you, are looking into you. So again, if you care at all right, about your privacy, this is important. And if you don't care about your privacy, you better start caring about it sooner rather than later. But of course, let's get back to, you might be like, what are the options? Well, up until this point, when it comes to browsing the web, there's always been security-focused browsers. But things like DuckDuckGo, which has always been a privacy-focused search engine. Now, of course, we all know when you use Google, Google tracks you. Even if you completely hide your browser fingerprint, if you, let's say, have a Google account, which I'm sure some of you watching YouTube definitely have. Well, even if you hide your fingerprint just because you're signed into your Google account, they'll be able to track exactly what that Google account is searching from time to time. Even if you tell them not to store your search history, you think Google's not at least assessing it on its own first-party purpose, maybe sharing it around with some of their inner companies? Of course, it's not just Google that's doing it, it's Microsoft. It's Facebook. It's any large tech company, whether they're from whatever part of the world, the United States, Russia, China, whatever you want to put into, every single big tech company is spying on you. So again, DuckDuckGo was sort of one of the search engines that was out there. Search the web without being tracked. Trusted by tens of millions worldwide. And I'm sure that number has dropped because there's been a little bit of a drama that's come out of this privacy-focused search engine. What kind of drama? Well, it seems like they were really good at blocking trackers from Google, Facebook. Except when it came to Microsoft. Now, one of the interesting security researchers known online as Zedwards actually was doing a little security audit, and they were confident that DuckDuckGo's browsers for the mobile cell phone devices, which, might I add you, a lot of people use, actually don't block anything from Microsoft, it seems. Now, I went through and tried this myself, using something called PCAP Droid, which basically allows me to analyze the network traffic on my phone. I fired it up, isolated to the DuckDuckGo internet search engine browser, which I used to use on my actual device anyways. And it turns out, yes, by going to sites like workplace.com, this was very able to block a lot of the search engines, except ad results from LinkedIn, from Bing, Microsoft-owned services. So yes, clearly DuckDuckGo has a little bit of a bias. So you know what? I think this is fucking scummy behavior. You can't claim to be privacy-focused. Sure, you might block the other big tech companies, but Microsoft's just allowed to check? That's not okay. If you accept this behavior, then you were just lied to and you're actually trying to cope with it. At the end of the day, what happened was DuckDuckGo had agreements with Microsoft. And actually, let's go into it a little bit. For instance, the CEO of DuckDuckGo said, "When you load our search results, you are completely anonymous, including ads. For ads, we worked with Microsoft to make ad clicks protected. From our public ads page, Microsoft advertising does not associate your ad click behavior with the user profile." And that's true. They literally tell you that the ads by Microsoft on DuckDuckGo's private search engine do not apparently have Microsoft advertising teams associating your ad clicking behavior with a specific user profile, basically a fingerprint. It also does not store or share that information other than for accounting purposes. So because they had a partnership with Microsoft's ad platform, because of that partnership, they couldn't exclude the Microsoft ad platforms from, being excluded, from spying on you effectively. For non-search tracker blocking, example in our browser, we block most third-party trackers. Unfortunately, our Microsoft Search syndication agreement prevents us from doing more to Microsoft-owned properties. However, we have been continually pushing and expecting to be doing more soon. So yeah, I guess it all just comes down to how much you trust this company now after all of this has come out to make sure that all of that information that's going to Microsoft is not necessarily the same type of information, the same type of personal level information that a company like Google or Facebook or any big player in this game would receive, right? Again, that's really up to you. Do you still trust DuckDuckGo? I personally do not. But then again, I don't trust anything that sells itself on privacy explicitly. I always like to mix and match my options to counterbalance and basically create privacy my own way the best that I can. But we'll get to that in a bit. Now, if you go to their actual core website, duckduckgo.com, you'll find out very much that they don't actually mention Microsoft. If we actually try to look up Microsoft, no search phrases have been found. But to do a great job shitting on Google and trying to tell you, why use DuckDuckGo instead of Google? Ever notice ads constantly following you around like I told you earlier? This in part because Google tracks your searches and hides trackers on millions of websites. By contrast, our private search engine doesn't track your searches, and our DuckDuckGo browser extension and mobile app block Google and many other companies' trackers across the internet. You can see on a lot of cases, DuckDuckGo's Android browser, when they tested it through privacytest.org, which are open source tests, if you look at DuckDuckGo for a second and go all the way down to their tracker content blocking, they will block every single person, Adobe, Adobe Audience, Amazon, except for Bing ads, ladies and gentlemen. That, really, in all regards, they did pretty well except for the Microsoft. By comparison, if you are on Android, your best option for secure browsing is quite literally Brave or Bromite, okay? Not DuckDuckGo as they like to advertise. And you know what? Over 10 million people put their belief into all of this, put their hope into it, only to realize that it wasn't as privacy focused as they once thought. Surely against everyone, except that small indie company known as Microsoft. Obviously, this stuff drives me insane when we think of things like privacy. But obviously, when you think about how much you're being tracked, Google, for instance, will track you even if you like it or not. And in a lot of cases, the Associated Press once did an investigation where they saw that many Google services on Android devices or even iPhones constantly store your location data even if you use those privacy settings that tell Google not to do it. In fact, the tracking is so granular that sometimes it can have benefits. When criminals need to be captured, sometimes instead of, doing it the old-fashioned way, law enforcement will turn to Google, will turn to Apple, will turn to companies that will gladly give up some of that location history to help with investigations once subpoenaed. And of course, what should creep you out are the topics of data brokers. Entire companies, hundreds of billions of dollars. This is how large the industry is for data brokerage, where people literally create personal information and profiles on you. For instance, they look all the way through your public records, such as the voter registration lists, the census data, all those birth and death certificates, and then they look at non-public records, things like your credit card histories, things like your internet browsing history, things like your video gaming sessions. Of course, these are just a few little data points that they dig up. By combining them, by caching them, they can finally realize that, hey...
Alright guys, it's been 5 hours. Kinda tired. I've started the stream pretty late, so I'm just gonna take it off for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you tomorrow.